Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or even good evening. So thank you so much for joining us at the third and last session of the Second School of Chemoinformatics in Latin America. So today we have again a set of very insightful and bright talks. So we're looking forward the participation. Just one announcement is that our first speaker, unfortunately, has some inconvenience. Professor Kimito Funatsu, he will not be able to join us today. However, he kindly sent his slides. He will be sharing the materials. Of course, he authorized to share the slides of his lecture with attendance for you to look at the contents of his presentation. So just let me share with you some of the material, basically one slide that he included at the end of his lecture. And this is, let me share it with you. Yeah, actually, this is an invitation of Professor Funatsu to everyone to join at the 5th Autumn School of Chemoinformatics. This is in Nara, in Japan. Well, was the edition in 2017. Yeah, and this is the announcement of the 9th Autumn School of Chemoinformatics November next year. So everyone is welcome. And well, this is an invitation of Professor Kimito Funatsu to everyone. So this morning, instead of Professor Funatsu's talk, we're going to have a lecture of Professor Juan Felipe Avellaneda. Juan Felipe Avellaneda, he has been working also in chemoinformatics, in natural product research and food chemicals. And he will be sharing with us the insights of his research. So Juan Felipe, it's PhD student at the National Institute of Chemistry, National Institute of Mexico, UNAM in Mexico. So Juan Felipe, thank you so much for joining us. And please go ahead with your talk.
Thank you, Jose Luis. Good morning for everyone. Thank you for having me here. Please, could you tell me if my slides can be seen correctly?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, thank you so much. I will switch to Spanish because I feel a bit nervous and I don't want my English to betray me. Then, now. Buenos días a todas y todos. Nuevamente, muchas gracias por tenerme aquí. El día de hoy voy a presentarles los resultados de mi trabajo de maestría de los últimos 2 años, el cual, bueno, he titulado Caracterización quimioinformática de bases de datos de compuestos de origen natural y su relevancia en el descubrimiento de compuestos bioactivos. Esta charla, bueno, este trabajo lo he querido enfocar desde compuestos de origen natural y no solamente productos naturales, porque entiendo que regularmente entendemos productos naturales como metabolitos secundarios específicamente, que se encuentran en muy bajas concentraciones. Y como mencionaba el doctor José Luis, mi trabajo ha sido enfocado tanto a productos naturales, sí, pero también al estudio de bases de datos de compuestos presentes en alimentos. Entonces, no necesariamente estoy hablando de metabolitos secundarios que se encuentran en baja concentración. Bueno, actualmente trabajo en el grupo del doctor José Luis desde hace 2 años. En este momento, como les mencionaba, estos son los resultados de mi trabajo de maestría y pues formalmente todavía soy profesional en química antes que maestro y antes que estudiante de doctorado. Pero bueno, aquí voy. Entonces, ¿de qué estamos hablando cuando estamos hablando de compuestos de origen natural? Pues vamos a hablar de compuestos que se encuentran en plantas, animales, hongos, bacterias, por ejemplo, que se producen de manera natural en estos organismos y normalmente se caracterizan este tipo de compuestos por tener una gran diversidad, una alta complejidad medida de diferentes formas, entendida de diferentes perspectivas, sea por medio de centros estereogénicos, por medio de la cantidad de carbonos, la fracción de carbonos sp3 que los componen. Además, son compuestos que, debido a que han venido evolucionando a lo largo de millones de años con la vida, pues normalmente los entendemos como compuestos seguros para que puedan ser compatibles con la biología. Entonces, podemos llegar a encontrar dentro de estos compuestos compuestos que sean seguros para el uso, ya sea en terapias, en desarrollo de fármacos, nutracéuticos e incluso pues la alimentación misma, ¿no? Que proviene de aquí. Una, un ejemplo muy bonito que encontré en un artículo reciente, digo, además de todos los que muy seguramente conocemos, es el caso de estos tres medicamentos aprobados que son utilizados en el tratamiento de trasplante de riñón. Entonces vemos como el compuesto sintético, completamente sintético, es muchísimo más pequeño y menos complejo que el compuesto de origen natural. E incluso el compuesto semisintético logra ser mejorado para incrementar su potencia, incrementar su seguridad. Eh, En este caso, bueno, vemos que como señalan en este artículo de revisión del grupo del doctor Atanasov, el 57% de los inmunosupresores aprobados hasta este momento son productos naturales o productos semisintéticos obtenidos a partir de otros productos naturales. Además, los compuestos aprobados para uso clínico a la fecha, bueno, revisados en los últimos 40 años, son en un 42% productos naturales o semisintéticos, frente a únicamente un 27% que son completamente de origen sintético. Además, en un estudio reciente del grupo del doctor Gonzalo Colmenarejo, quien presentó en la primera sesión de esta escuela de quimioinformática, realizaron una predicción por similitud de la probabilidad de que los compuestos de origen alimenticio pudieran llegar a tener actividad biológica y encontraron pues que efectivamente en un 64% estos compuestos podrían llegar a ser bioactivos frente a diferentes dianas biológicas, partiendo únicamente de un 1,6% de compuestos reportados experimentalmente como bioactivos. Adicionalmente, más o menos 3.000 compuestos de los 70.000 que componen hasta el día de hoy FoodDB, es decir, más o menos un 5% de la base de datos más grande de compuestos de origen alimenticio, están reportados en PDB-Bind como pues, compuestos que están unidos a proteínas en el caso de estructuras reportadas tridimensionales. Entonces, este tipo de compuestos más bien este tipo de bases de datos que contienen compuestos de origen natural, fueron revisadas en una revisión que yo considero que sigue siendo bastante vigente, la más grande que he visto hasta este momento, eh, por el grupo de Steinbeck en el 2020. Y pienso que la clasificación de estas bases de datos pues igualmente sigue siendo bastante vigente y útil al día de hoy. Entonces nos hablan de unos compuestos, de unas bases de datos que pueden ser categorizadas como grandes, bases de datos para replicación experimental de compuestos, bases de datos enfocadas específicamente a productos naturales, bases de datos de productos naturales, pero ahora ya hablando desde el punto de vista de las regiones donde se encuentran estos compuestos y bases de datos de compuestos presentes en alimentos. En mi caso, bueno, yo quise resaltar el carácter de estas bases de datos de ser útiles o buenas para realizar estudios de cribado virtual en términos generales, únicamente en términos generales. Y algunas de las características que podemos pensar que pueden hacer útil, viable a una base de datos para este fin, pues es la cobertura del espacio químico, que sea una base de datos diversa o que cubra la mayor cantidad posible de propiedades tanto estructurales como físico-químicas, para yo poder tener efectivamente una representatividad de los compuestos del espacio químico, del universo químico, dentro de mi estudio. Adicionalmente, que esta base de datos pues, se encuentre correctamente curada, estandarizada, que la información sea fehacible, que sea accesible y que los compuestos en la base de datos pues, puedan llegar a ser accesibles a nivel comercial. Dentro de estas categorías de bases de datos que mencioné y que estoy presentando aquí, durante mi tesis de maestría, durante mis estudios de maestría, realicé dos trabajos puntualmente en el que se estudiaron, por un lado, el espacio químico o el multiverso químico de los compuestos presentes en alimentos y por otro lado, el espacio químico de una base de datos muy específica que se llama NAPROC 13, la cual es una base de datos mantenida por la Universidad de Salamanca en España, por el profesor José Luis López Pérez. Y esta base de datos puntualmente se enfoca en la desreplicación de compuestos de origen natural utilizando espectros de resonancia magnética nuclear de carbono 13. Su parte, bueno, FoodDB es la base de datos de compuestos de alimentos más grande que existe hasta el momento, como les mencionaba, con alrededor de 70.000 compuestos, frente a NAPROC, que tiene alrededor de 25.000 compuestos. Para empezar, ¿qué quisimos hacer con estas bases de datos? Bueno, mirar qué compuestos tenemos aquí que no estén reportados o que no estén compartidos con otro tipo de compuestos. En el caso de FoodDB, les mencionaba, es una base de datos que contiene precalculado y además datos experimentales, más de 100 campos, con 70.900 compuestos al día de hoy. De esta cantidad de compuestos, el 64% está presente únicamente en FoodDB. Cuando hicimos la comparación contra Coconut, que es la base de datos de productos naturales más grande reportada a la fecha, pública, por supuesto. Esto cabe resaltar que lo hicimos con la versión anterior, no con la que se liberó recientemente. Y en cambio, NAPROC 13 tiene aproximadamente un 20% de compuestos únicos. Les mencionaba, es una base de datos de desreplicación de compuestos por resonancia magnética nuclear, es decir, además contiene información de señales de carbono 13 y del solvente en el que se realizó eh, la medición experimental de este espectro. Además, encontramos un traslape importante de 60 compuestos que son tanto productos naturales que están presentes en la base de datos de alimentos y que además son medicamentos, bueno, moléculas aprobadas para uso clínico por la FDA. Dentro de estos compuestos, pues resaltan moléculas nutrientes utilizados en clínica, antibióticos y, bueno, la capsaicina, que sabemos que además de ser lo que le da el sabor a la comida mexicana, pues también es utilizado como anestésico en clínica. Posteriormente realizamos un estudio de las propiedades físico-químicas y algunos otros descriptores constitucionales de las moléculas presentes en estas dos bases de datos. En términos de polaridad, encontramos que los compuestos presentes en los alimentos son bastante apolares, demasiado apolares en comparación con las tendencias que podemos ver en otras bases de datos de productos naturales. En este caso lo comparamos con la Universal Natural Product Database en su subset A, que es un subset enfocado a ser diverso, y con los compuestos aprobados para uso clínico por la FDA. Adicionalmente, aquí presento una base de datos, un subconjunto adicional, que es un subconjunto de FoodDB de todos los compuestos que fueron encontrados además en catálogos comerciales. En este caso, particularmente utilizando Zinc en la versión más reciente. Vemos que los compuestos probados, más bien, los compuestos comerciales de alimentos comparten características físico-químicas aproximadamente con los productos aprobados para uso clínico. Están mucho más cerca en propiedades, mientras que los compuestos presentes en alimentos per se, como un grupo general, presentan propiedades completamente contrarias tanto a los de uso clínico como a los productos naturales presentes en la Universal Natural Product Database. Puntualmente, vemos que son moléculas mucho más grandes si lo vemos por el peso molecular, muy poco polares, con una fracción de enlaces rotables, con un número y una fracción de enlaces rotables muy alta, casi el 100%, en un 100% lo componen enlaces rotables, con un área topológica superficial polar alta que se suma además a una cantidad de átomos aceptores de enlace de hidrógeno, así como átomos de oxígeno, mm, diferente y además muy particular, es decir, 6 átomos de oxígeno, así como 6 átomos aceptores de enlace de hidrógeno. Podríamos pensar que desde este punto, o sea, únicamente viendo esto, que ya nos estamos dirigiendo hacia una clasificación muy específica de cuáles son esos productos, esos compuestos presentes en los alimentos. No lo presento en esta diapositiva, pero en el caso de los compuestos naturales presentes en NAPROC 13, casi todos ellos siguen las reglas empíricas de Lipinski, a excepción de una pequeña fracción que excede el peso molecular. Y adicionalmente, estos datos experimentales que les mencionaba hace un momento, que se encuentran reportados en la base de datos, como son el solvente en el que se realizó la toma experimental del espectro de resonancia magnética nuclear, se ha implementado recientemente en el desarrollo de modelos predictivos para la solubilidad de compuestos naturales. Esto es una tesis de grado de Nicolette Hugo en recientemente obtuvo su título de maestro en ciencias. Ahora, además, bueno, estudiamos cuáles eran los scaffolds más frecuentes presentes en cada una de estas bases de datos, con el ánimo de encontrar patrones subestructurales que pudieran dar razón o medir la probabilidad de encontrar compuestos que compartieran un espacio estructural con los compuestos aprobados para uso clínico. En este caso me remití únicamente a los aprobados para uso clínico. Entiendo que también podría implementarse con compuestos que se encuentran todavía en fase experimental. Primero que todo, nos encontramos con que los compuestos en alimentos son muy altamente acíclicos. Más de un 70% de los compuestos de esta base de datos presenta una configuración cíclica eh, en el caso de los alimentos, y aún así los compuestos de la Universal Natural Product Database, así como los aprobados para uso clínico, también presentan una alta frecuencia, pero pues no comparable con los alimentos, mientras que los productos naturales en NAPROC casi no tienden hacia esta característica, así son más bien compuestos cíclicos. Los scaffolds más presentes, bueno, los primeros de ellos son precisamente los más frecuentes en bases de datos de productos naturales, que son anillos de 6 miembros, básicamente. Los scaffolds presentes en la base de datos de alimentos también están presentes y con una buena representatividad en los compuestos aprobados para uso clínico, es decir, que podrían ser fuente de compuestos bioactivos, pero en cambio esto no lo observamos con los scaffolds más frecuentes en la PROC, a pesar de que sí estamos hablando puntualmente de metabolitos secundarios, de compuestos que son pues tradicionalmente más utilizados para el descubrimiento de fármacos. Además, bueno, encontramos que algo que sí es bastante frecuente en los productos naturales es una baja frecuencia, baja aparición de átomos de nitrógeno en los productos naturales en este caso. Entiendo que también en alguna medida, dado a cierto sesgo en la construcción de la base de datos. Estos datos de distribución de los scaffolds, de las moléculas en los diferentes grupos de scaffolds, se utilizó también para calcular la entropía normalizada de Shannon como una medida de la diversidad estructural de los compuestos presentes en la base de datos. La entropía de Shannon nos dice entonces que entre más cercano a cero es una base de datos poco diversa, entre más cercano a uno es una base de datos muy diversa. Vemos que los compuestos presentes en alimentos efectivamente son muy poco diversos, dado que en más de un 70% están concentrados en el pseudo scaffold, llamémoslo así, de ser un compuesto acíclico, mientras que en APROC13 es una base de datos altamente diversa y en la mitad, en el medio, se encuentran la Universal Natural Product Database y los compuestos aprobados para uso clínico que se utilizaron como referencia. Pero entonces en el estudio de los compuestos de origen alimenticio, pues de muy poco nos sirve únicamente quedarnos con el estudio de los scaffolds si en realidad la mayoría de las moléculas no presenta scaffolds. Es decir, no nos está dando una información sobre cómo se clasifican estos compuestos dentro de estas subestructuras. Entonces, adicionalmente, realizamos un estudio de subestructuras máximas comunes. Previamente realizamos un clustering utilizando el algoritmo de Taylor-Butina con una distancia máxima de 0.05 y encontramos que la mayoría de las subestructuras presentes corresponden a lípidos y muy especialmente triacilglicéridos. Y este estudio se correlaciona con otro de los análisis que realizamos utilizando una red neuronal ya muy abiertamente conocida, que es el Natural Product Classifier, en que aproximadamente un 80% de los compuestos presentes pues están enfocados específicamente hacia lípidos y más de un 30% de la base de datos son más específicamente triacilglicéridos. En el caso del estudio realizado con los productos naturales de NAPROC13, también realizamos un análisis de Magic Rings, que fue un concepto, bueno, de hecho los sistemas de anillos son un concepto bastante utilizado en las últimas décadas, pero muy específicamente este desarrollado por el doctor Peter Ernst, se enfoca en encontrar patrones subestructurales privilegiados dentro de la base de datos de KMBL y cómo este tipo de subestructuras puede estar enfocada específicamente hacia una familia de dianas biológicas. En nuestro caso, para los compuestos presentes en la PROC13, teniendo en cuenta que es una base de datos con alrededor de 25.000 compuestos, encontramos valores bastante altos de frecuencia de sistemas de anillos. Encontramos una alta prevalencia de flavonoides y esteroides, como pueden ver aquí, mientras que una muy baja frecuencia de nitrógeno y específicamente quinonas. Los targets o las dianas biológicas que más frecuencia presentaron dentro de los compuestos de NAPROC, o más bien la clasificación de targets, fueron multiple targets, otras enzimas, receptores acoplados a proteína G y receptores nucleares. Adicionalmente, realizamos un estudio de fragmentos moleculares en puntualmente para esta base de datos y comparamos la frecuencia de los fragmentos prevalentes con respecto a la Universal Natural Product Database y a los compuestos aprobados para uso clínico. Eh, Vemos que a pesar de que el número de compuestos es 10 veces mayor en la PROC13, únicamente se presenta un 80% más de fragmentos respecto a los compuestos aprobados para uso clínico. Pero de todas maneras, en la referencia del pie de la diapositiva, pues van a poder encontrar la base de datos de fragmentos de productos naturales de libre acceso para la construcción, por ejemplo, de diseño de nuevo, de pseudoproductos naturales, que no es algo, digo, no es tan común de encontrar de libre acceso. Cabe resaltar, bueno, que la fragmentación se realizó utilizando el, el módulo recap de RedKit, utilizando lenguaje de programación de Python. Finalmente, bueno, ya para terminar, realizamos también un estudio de la diversidad estructural, ahora, esta vez utilizando datos, representaciones moleculares más bien, de tipo huella digital, fingerprints moleculares. Y bueno, nos encontramos con lo que ya veníamos previendo, una muy baja diversidad estructural en los compuestos de origen alimenticio, tanto con una huella dactilar de baja resolución y de diccionario como es MaxKeys, como una huella circular como es Extended Connectivity Fingerprint. En el caso de NAPROC, a pesar de que habíamos previsto una alta diversidad en base a scaffolds, en este caso vemos que utilizando la huella dactilar de MaxKeys, en comparación con Extended Connectivity Fingerprint, presenta una brecha de diversidad, ¿no? Vemos que los valores de similitud tienden hacia valores más altos, pero en este caso podríamos atribuirle este resultado a una limitación que pueda llegar a tener MaxKeys para el estudio de compuestos de origen natural y dado pues que en cambio aquí se comporta mucho más similar a lo que presenta las bases de datos de referencia. Em, a diferencia de los compuestos de origen natural per se, los compuestos comerciales de origen natural, que los vemos aquí en color verde, en cambio sí presentan una alta diversidad estructural similar a las bases de datos de referencia utilizadas. Y finalmente, bueno, esta diversidad en general no varía tanto en orden, digámoslo así, respecto a la representación utilizada, y además pues la similitud se midió utilizando el índice de Tanimoto tan ampliamente utilizado. Finalmente realizamos una representación visual del espacio químico utilizando TSNI como reducción de componentes y utilizando Extended Connectivity Fingerprint de radio 2 en este caso, y para el estudio de NAPROC utilizando también propiedades físico-químicas relacionadas con tipo fármaco. En ambos casos, bueno, más bien, empecemos por el caso de los compuestos alimenticios. Vemos que las regiones que cubre con respecto a las bases de datos de referencia son bastante diferentes. En este caso, los compuestos de origen alimenticio se ubican en las periferias del diagrama que tenemos aquí, mientras que todos los compuestos, tanto de origen natural como comerciales, se ubican en el centro. Esto lo podemos atribuir también a la alta presencia de triacilglicéridos. Sin embargo, vemos que los compuestos en color verde, que son los comerciales, comparten espacio químico tanto con productos naturales como con compuestos aprobados para uso clínico. Esto también nos da a lo mejor una indicación de que podríamos llegar a encontrar dentro de estos 3.300 compuestos comerciales, pues moléculas que sean útiles en el descubrimiento de compuestos bioactivos. En el caso de los compuestos naturales presentes en NAPROC, vemos que en general se comparte espacio químico con los compuestos presentes en Coconut. En este caso lo utilizamos aquí como una referencia del espacio químico de los productos naturales, pero no alcanza a ser significativo, más bien representativo de todo el espacio químico de los productos naturales. Y en cambio se ve que la región donde se ubican los compuestos aprobados para uso clínico, es muy específicamente una región que no alcanza a cubrir por completo los compuestos en NAPROC. eh, que podríamos concluir entonces de todo este análisis. Bueno, por un lado, estas bases de datos son, en particular la base de datos de productos de compuestos alimenticios, es una base de datos que no es tradicional en el descubrimiento de fármacos. Sin embargo, estás empezando a ser bastante analizada. Puntualmente resaltaría los estudios realizados por el grupo de investigación del doctor Gonzalo Colmenarejo, y puede representar una novedad en el descubrimiento de compuestos bioactivos. Mm, quisiera remitirme en este caso, por ejemplo, a sus estudios sobre microbiota. Em, NAPROC, en cambio, cubre una región subestructural bastante representativa de los productos naturales con una alta diversidad y además con un interés farmacéutico probable. Em, Continuar la actualización de estas bases de datos nos va a permitir seguir explorando nuevas regiones del espacio químico. Como les mencionaba, en una alta proporción estos compuestos no se encuentran reportados en otras bases de datos, estas técnicas quimioinformáticas pues siguen siendo de bastante utilidad. Más bien se posicionan como una determinantes en en el estudio de estas bases de datos para su viabilidad en el estudio de virtual screening. Y muy puntualmente, también inspirados por un trabajo reciente que publicó el grupo del doctor Alan Talevi, en el que se enfocaron puntualmente en lípidos. Nosotros quisimos también hacer una colaboración con el doctor Felipe Cruz de la Facultad de Química de la UNAM, en el que ya en este caso para estudiar vías biológicas en plantas, una planta llamada Sambucus ebulus en su nombre científico, y muy puntualmente la hidrolasa CEP2 que ellos están estudiando en este momento. Quisimos buscar compuestos que pudieran estar implicados de manera natural en las vías de señalización de esta enzima. Y lo que empleamos, y es un trabajo en el que que todavía se encuentra en desarrollo, fue una metodología de docking consenso utilizando tanto lípidos provenientes de la base de datos de de compuestos de origen alimenticio, como lipid maps, tal como lo realizaba el doctor Alan Talevi en su artículo reciente. Ahora, acabo de presentar el estudio de dos bases de datos que se caracterizan por su origen, por el origen de los compuestos de los que estoy partiendo. Es lo que muestro aquí como starting molecules. Pero además también este tipo de técnicas las podemos aplicar a moléculas de los que ya tenemos conocimiento de una bioactividad. Entonces, bioactividad o utilidad, ya vamos a ver por qué lo menciono. Entonces, también destacar un trabajo reciente del grupo de investigación en el que se realizó una base de datos, se compiló una base de datos a partir de la literatura de compuestos alimenticios con actividad frente a dianas epigenéticas, y se realizó un protocolo similar al que les acabo de presentar. Además, bueno, una colaboración muy bonita, de la que ya empezó a haber frutos, que fue en la graduación de un estudiante de licenciatura esta misma semana. Es la actualización de una base de datos construida en el grupo de la doctora Karina Martínez en su versión 2.0. Y esta base de datos contiene productos naturales específicamente con actividad antidiabética. Y otro trabajo del grupo de investigación que también se encuentra en progreso es la base de datos de compuestos utilizados en la industria cosmética como fragancias y cómo podríamos caracterizar el espacio químico de este tipo de moléculas. Aquí pues también resaltar el trabajo de dos compañeros del grupo de investigación en colaboración con muchos de los aquí presentes seguramente, la base de datos de productos naturales latinoamericana y su estudio quimioinformático, así como el estudio de la diversidad y la cobertura del espacio químico de los compuestos con actividad inhibitoria frente a G9A. Eh, Además, bueno, también resaltar que todo este protocolo de análisis quimioinformático se encuentra o ha sido divulgado en diferentes trabajos, como fue el recientemente publicado y también difundido en una conferencia de la ICS, Guidebook de Quimioinformática en Español, liderado por la doctora Fernanda Saldívar, y artículos de revisión en los que hemos llegado a participar en colaboración con otros grupos, en este caso hablando de similitud molecular. Y bueno, finalmente también resaltar este trabajo que en particular fue realizado en conjunto con el grupo del doctor Gonzalo Colmenarejo y que además está en español, es decir, estamos tanto realizando eventos de divulgación latinoamericanos como generando contenido en español para toda la comunidad académica y no académica. Finalmente, bueno, agradecerle a colaboradores y financiadores que han hecho posible todo este trabajo. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Juan Felipe. Vamos a cambiar ahora a inglés para continuar con la sesión de preguntas. So, thank you very much, Juan Felipe, for a very interesting talk. So, we have time for some questions that I will read from the chat, but let me check the chat in YouTube. Mm. If you have a question, feel free to write it in the chat in Zoom or in the live stream in YouTube. Okay, so if there are no questions, thank again for Felipe for your presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. David.
Okay, I think that we can continue with the program. So it is an honor to have the presence of Professor Alexander Tropshar, our next speaker. He is an expert in the fields of computational chemistry, chemoinformatics, and structural bioinformatics. And we are very excited to hear what he's going to tell us about machine learning accelerated structure-based virtual screening. And in addition, the professor will kindly share their slides with us. So, Professor Tropsha, are you ready?
Can you see my slides and can you hear me?
Okay. So, please go ahead.
So can you confirm that you see my slides and that you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can see
Everything
your
is okay.
slide, Alex.
Okay, thank you, because I seem to be on a slow connection. So please let me know, interrupt if the connection becomes bad.
Okay.
Or okay.
Okay.
So this is what I want to discuss today. This is a brief outline of my talk. I want to start by explaining why we are talking these days about using machine learning models to accelerate virtual screening. Predominant, I'll talk about structure-based, but also touch on ligand-based virtual screening. And by sharing the observations about how chemical space has expanded and dramatically in recent years and why current methods are inefficient. And then I'll introduce two workflows. One is called LIVE-Dec, invented by Professor Art Cherkasov from BBC, and our methodology that's called Hidden Gem that we've been developing the last 2 years, specifically to accelerate docking score calculations. And I'll highlight the docking score calculations that we're accelerating. Talk about chemical similarity search, and also about give some data on benchmarking and example applications. And my starting point is, which is the pivotal point for rethinking how we can or should do virtual screening these days, is that we live, as you know, in the age of big data, but I will be more specific than just saying this. People have been saying this for the past decade or so, to say that the data that we have to deal with have grown indeed dramatically. We all know about PubChem, which currently covers much more than 100 million compounds, over 300 million substances, and nearly 300 million bioactivities. So that is a huge data set, collection of data sets that we could use for model building. There is a ton of information that can be extracted in scientific publications. So European PubMed Central is the largest collection of abstracts and full text articles, and we're increasingly talking about using large language models to extract relevant chemical information from this data. But what had really given a new start to the problem of virtual screening is the growth of purchasable and accessible, fully enumerated chemistry space. Just one company, NMN, as you may know, currently allows access to more than 70 billion explicitly defined chemical structures with full SMILES information that can be virtually screened, and then selected subsets of compounds can be selected and tested for any specific biological activity. And as this diagram, this figure shows from initially from Art's comment on the Big Bang expansion of chemical universe, this dramatic transformation happened around 2020, 2019, where the number of compounds had grown in 2 or 3 years, folds of magnitude faster than in the previous nearly 20 years of accessible chemistry space. So this requires really rethinking the algorithms that we could use. As I mentioned, more than 70 billion compounds are available for virtual screening. Within probably a couple of years, we're going to see this number grow to 1 trillion. Some companies already announced that they have, such as e-molecules, that they have several trillion compounds that they have enumerated. Plus, individual researchers could use in silico chemical reactions and building blocks in order to grow their own libraries. And traditional high-throughput screening methods just cannot cover this space, nor can virtual screening methods. The slide, the chart on the bottom, talks about how much time and effort and money would it take to screen a virtual library of even 30 billion compounds using current brute force methods of chemical similarity searching or brute force docking. And of course, drug discovery, and this conference is a great example, is becoming more and more democratized with much more people interested in, I'll comment on this in a minute, interested in conducting virtual screening in silico. And with this kind of cost, it is not only enormous amount of time, but enormous cost associated with virtual screening, and scientists interested in contributing methods and tools would not be able to even just bluntly speaking, pay for this. In addition, there is a huge growth of accessible chemical space of tested compounds. DNA-encoded libraries, just briefly, have been developed and professed in the last 20 years, and the schema shows the order in which compounds are synthesized and tested. And we're talking about proliferating these kinds of studies into the public domain, which I will mention briefly with my last slide. And this type of expansion in both chemistry space and now chemical bioactivity space really calls for rethinking how we can afford virtual screening and model development that enables virtual screening in the time when the libraries with gigantic computational resources to deal with libraries of this size are surprisingly limited. And so all this makes us think about developing new algorithms. Here are a few publications that I would suggest people read, publications or links to software that introduces and talks about and enables ultra-fast virtual screening of ultra-large chemical libraries. And that's pretty much the world we live in. We need ultra-fast methods because the space is ultra-large and growing to be even beyond thoughtful size that we have currently, even in 2024. Something that I wanted to include in my talk as sort of warning of quality research, or the need to have high quality of research during pandemic. Simply speaking, people have not much to do in the experimental labs. Those were closed pragmatically, and so much more people turn their attention to virtual screening methods, and was a large amount of publications during COVID time when people have used available resources to screen chemical libraries for potential inhibitors of COVID targets, most specifically so-called main protease. At some point, we've counted that within 1 year of COVID, even an archive publication such as ChemArchive, bioRxiv, medRxiv, archive was a total of 12,000 virtual screening depositions, of which over 8,500 were on main protease, using all sorts of methods and making all sorts of claims about drugs that can be repurposed for to treat COVID. And one of those publications was on using Summit, at the time the world's largest supercomputer, with very widely advertised success, because runs on the supercomputer that was tied up for molecular simulations and virtual screening of drug libraries for over 3 months, identified reportedly 77 drugs that could treat COVID. And that particular publication was extremely widely publicized, as high as CNN. And then it was a paper that with a title that I personally found offensive to computational drug discoverers and experimental drug discoverers, with a title created by computer scientists, how to identify, how they discover antiviral drugs quickly. And it was not even a question, it was a statement. In New England Journal of Medicine, one of the journals with the highest impact. And turned out that by the time the paper was published, all known drugs have been tested at MCATs at NIH, and none of them was really identified as active. And nevertheless, this letter was published. And so the reaction from computational chemistry community to something like this, I think, can be best summarized by a colleague of mine, John Cadera, from New York, who in one of his tweets asked the question if it's really discovery of new inhibitors, if there is zero experimental data, maybe a proposal of new inhibitors, but even that's a stretch, digital dreams of new inhibitors. And I think that really this reaction really explains how we should see computational tools and the results of computational studies. They are digital dreams, and it's absolutely critical to be clear about whether you're trying to develop and make benchmark a new, rapid, fast computational methodology, or participate in a real drug discovery project. And in the latter case, we need to collaborate with experimental scientists, and it's only experimental laboratory data that would allow a computational person to say that we have contributed to the discovery of new drug candidates. So I wanted to make this point in the beginning of the talk, because I think it's very important to be very realistic about what we're doing, why we're doing this, and how the results of our studies should be interpreted. And I want to quote from Rachel Feynman's famous book, Surely a Joke and Mr. Feynman, a quote that I think describes how important it is to be to do quality science and be responsible for our own observations and data. The experimenters will repeat your experiment and find out whether you were wrong or right. And although you may gain some temporary fame and excitement, you will not gain a good reputation as a scientist if you have not tried to be very careful in this kind of work. And written about physics, obviously, but I think it applies directly to what we do with in silico studies. We published with Tudor Apri and Artur Kasov note a reaction to whether it could be drugs can be discovered quickly in silico. And following Feynman, we've called our small piece, Rapid Drug Discovery in Silico, Surely a Joke and Mr. Joke. So that's just a preamble to say that molecular docking has been around for a very long time. Most likely those listening to me know about it, and I'm just using the slide as a backdrop to introduce methodologies that we and others have been developing to deal with problems of docking. But again, I remind you that what we do is we need structure of the protein and we need the structure of the ligand, and we conduct simulations of ligand receptor interaction to end up with a prediction of where the molecule binds, how strongly. And just to summarize and also highlight the problem, the computational problem in front of us, we employ in molecular docking simulations, we employ molecular simulations of the binding process. And there are three, and that's important in the context of this discussion, there are three major outcomes intended for molecular docking calculation in each particular case. One is that we estimate three-dimensional binding pairs, and we assess the accuracy of prediction in those cases when the crystal structure of the protein ligand complex is known by RMSD. And so that's the metric of truth in this case. And this particular outcome, the most standard outcome of molecular docking, requires full docking simulation in order to predict where and how the molecule binds. I will not touch on emergent methods of de novo discovery of binding pairs that do rely on molecular simulations. On machine learning, but only comment in the context of molecular docking that still is used by a large variety of scientists. So that requires full-blown simulation of the docking process, of the molecular interaction process. But then there are two other outcomes which are associated with the objectives of docking. And one of them is to calculate docking score, which is intricate to the binding post prediction. We predict pairs that has the lowest binding energy as estimated by the docking score. So post-prediction and docking score calculation in docking simulations are inseparable. And then there is a separate objective, which is why medicinal chemists rely on virtual screening, and that is that we rank all molecules that we dock and score and select the highest scoring, typically the highest scoring molecules as virtual screening hits. And we estimate, when we know that the external library has no binders, we estimate the results of molecular token as, we call this sometimes virtual screening, and we estimate the results by enrichment, that is by how many known binders are found in the top n molecules that we select to run. And if we conduct this process, and again, the core of this process is three-dimensional molecular simulation using three-dimensional structures, conformational sampling, lot of sampling, and finally assessment of the highest scoring molecules. This is way too slow when we talk about modern libraries, when we need to screen billions of molecules. And this is an assessment of what a lab like mine would do if we're allowed to tie up high-performing compute cluster at UNC, which we will never get because there are a lot of competition for these types of resources, and that's how long it would take us to screen the entire library from enemy, and that when the library was 37 billion, now it's over 70. And so here where we begin to think about how to accelerate getting to the point of docking result. And here is where the separation of these three objectives becomes important. And that is that in order to estimate binding affinity and rank top candidates, these particular tasks are all based on docking score calculation, which is separate or may be regarded separate from 3D binding pose assessment. So if we separate different objectives of molecular docking and only focus on calculating docking score, in this case, we could reformulate the problem, and it has been done beautifully by Archer Kasov in recent years. He came up with the idea that he called deep docking. And the idea that was actually published nearly 18 years ago by the same group is that when we want to calculate the docking score, we could treat this as a separate objective of calculation, and we could contemplate the idea of training a machine learning and chemical descriptors of ligands to see if we could predict docking score directly from the structure of the molecule without even considering the pose and without looking at the attempt. I see the question. I'll address it. It's a good question. I'll address it, I guess, toward the end. But please keep asking. So basically, build a model, build a QSR model, standard QSR model, and the only difference with the traditional application of QSR is that instead of using measured binding affinities molecules and then build a QSR model in an attempt to predict this affinities, and then if we succeed in QSR modeling, then we could go ahead and predict or conduct virtual screening with these models, right? So instead of doing traditional QSAR, focusing on binding affinity prediction, we train a model on a small number of computed docking scores with full-blown docking simulation, and then use these models for virtual screening. And so that what went into the paper published in 2020 by our group, where now the model is built and trained on a million randomly selected compounds from a large chemical library. Docking scores are calculated as a result of full docking, but full docking is done for 1 million molecules, which is feasible even for a small computational academic lab. And then deep neural nets are used to process this data, and which is still a large data set for machine learning, and then use the model to virtually screen the entire external library, select top million candidates with the highest scores, dock these candidates, test the accuracy of the model, and then rebuild the model now with 2 million compounds, virtually screen the external library, and repeat this process 10 times. That's how this paper described it. And in the end, by only docking 11 million molecules, identify compounds that are predicted to have high scores, high docking scores, confirmed by docking that they have high scores, and then use these models in subsequent experimental validation studies. So you could look up our papers in the last few years where computations have progressed indeed to the experimental results. And so our group, kind of following on this initial calculations, had developed an approach that we've called hidden gem, that stands for hit discovery using docking enriched by generative modeling. And we have supplemented or added a few steps that we found critical as far as improving the accuracy of deep docking calculations or machine learning driven or machine learning accelerated docking score calculations. And again, I want to highlight that in these types of calculations, we are not reproducing molecular docking fully, even though it may sound sometimes that people say that while using docking, even the title of our approach is called using docking enriched by generative modeling. We do docking of a very small number of compounds, but we focus on calculation of the scores. So we're solving one of the problems in front of structure-based drug discovery, how to identify, select, and test compounds that are predicted to have high docking scores. And so our steps, critical steps, include generative chemistry as well as chemical similarity searching. And I will go slowly through some major steps of this protocol just to explain it. So the first step in this protocol is the same as in deep docking protocol, which is that we take a sample from the initial library. We have typically taken a diverse subset of about 500,000 compounds for this initial calculation. And that allows us to calculate docking scores and select top scoring molecules from this initial library of compounds. Then, unlike deep docking, where the QSR model is good, which we hand through the base and switch to we're using high scoring compounds in by the generative model. Calculates and generates chemical structure by the compounds with high docking score. We're effectively trying to mask the high docking score and generate new chemical structures that have even higher docking scores, as assessed by they're similar to molecules with high docking score. And then we take these molecules and we dog them. That's the next step. And select high scoring hits. Typically, this magnification of the initial and then we use high scores and from a similarity search step where we take molecules and instead of QSAR, we look for compounds similar in the enzyme library to molecules that is high scoring. And then we dog them, and that's the last step of the process. So what I just described is a single cycle of hidden gem. What we have found empirically is that we could continue the cycle. We could continue to select high scoring molecules, confirm docking, and refine this high scoring library. But what we found is that at this one cycle, subsequent cycles don't really improve the results of docking. So that basically, again, to summarize, initial docking, generative model biased by high scoring molecules, docking of high scoring hits, confirmation, selection of high scoring hits, similarity search, which is currently the slowest part of the process, because that's the place where we search against the entire element library, docking of the top score in 10,000. Failed to mention that we use 10,000, not a million, in order to confirm docking scores, and then we essentially select hits and purchase and test them. The generative steps, that's just a couple of expansion on let's inside but also allow me to talk about acceleration using machine learning. So the generative step was based on the protocol that we have published 6 years ago. It's a protocol that we've called release, reinforcement learning for structure evolution, that we've developed with Professor Ola Sisayev when he was in my group. Now he's a professor at Carnegie Mellon. And that approach replaces the traditional workflow for structure-based drug discovery, where we typically have a few hundred of known molecules and we use them in order to generate compounds likely to bind to the protein. The release workflow, and there are multiple generative methods that have been developed since then, as you may know, is that we build model that first learns how to generate new compounds with new chemical structure that is realistic and to some extent replicative of chemical structure of molecules in the Campbell database. And that generative protocol is supplemented by the reinforcement learning protocol, where we assess the ability of the generated molecules to bind to the target, which can be done with a QSR model or a docking model. And so as a result of this generative step, we're calculating or generating molecules that look like known molecules with known to have high biological activity, or in our case, molecules known to have high docking scores. And this protocol results in the selection and testing of known molecules. So this is a previously built tool, had become now an element of the hidden gem workflow, supplements or generates interesting aspect is, and one of the things that we may ask is, why do we need to have a generative model? We could select high scoring molecules resulting from docking and use those directly for chemical similarity calculations. And what we had found somewhat unexpectedly, which is shown on the slide for a couple of proteins, that if we do use generative step and calculate molecules that look like, biased to look like high scoring compounds, what we find is that those molecules that are generated have higher docking scores than original compounds and are able to retrieve, by similarity calculation, molecules with high docking scores than we would retrieve with merely similarity search using hits that result from direct docking score calculation. So generative step turned out to be useful to improve the quality of hits that can be generated from or obtained from mining and the enemy. We also found that molecules with high docking scores, and that is done at the level of individual target exploration, improve binding mode exploration. So the high docking score is not sort of a random outcome of this protocol, but we do get compounds that are able to, upon full docking exploration, explore and make use of cavities in the binding site of the target that otherwise would not be engaged through traditional calculations. And again, I highlight that that the number of molecules that we dock is in hundreds of thousands, but they selected from the entire element library through the protocol that I just described. And so, thinking about the usage of this approach, we have been a part of a large effort at UNC and 8 other institutions to discover new compounds against COVID-19 targets and specifically SARS-CoV viral proteins. And in a few practical examples, we have enriched the experimental studies of our colleagues by identifying compounds that they had purchased, tested, and used as a starting point for drug discovery campaigns. So this is more specific results for 3 different targets where our approaches had led to nomination and purchasing of a small number of compounds, NMN, some of which had showed sufficient activity, better than 10 micromolar, that they considered useful to continue to work with these molecules and optimize their chemical structure to potentially even higher binding candidates. This is a benchmarking result. So every time we develop a methodology, of course, we want to test it on multiple molecules. And what this shows is that we have calculate and shift docking scores with hidden gem workflow pretty substantially from the initial distribution that we get for 16 different targets to a much better scores and selection of molecules that are predicted to have high binding affinity. And in a few cases, we could identify high scoring molecules, experimentally high scoring molecules that our hits resemble in their chemicals. One aspect is, and I mentioned that democratization of computational chemistry is a very important task because machine learning enables a lot of interesting methodologies to be developed and tested for practical applications. And this is a comparison between different protocols that are published in the literature, including brute force docking. And you could see that in benchmarking studies, these protocols generate high enrichment factor, but most importantly, the time and the cost of running calculations benchmarked against AWS is dramatically favorable as compared to especially brute force algorithms or other docking algorithms that rely on much number of compounds to be docked against any given target. And that brings me to sort of the last topic I want to cover, which is that, as I mentioned, an important component of the hidden gem workflow is chemical similarity searches. And that protocol, those protocols, which are much simpler conceptually than molecular docking and do not require typically 3-dimensional structure, still, when we expand the search libraries to something like billions or dozens of billions, and soon to be hundreds of billions, current protocols become, even for a simple, straightforward similarity search, are becoming infeasible as well, again, as a result of the size of the library. So we had to rely, and currently continue to rely on brute force similarity search, which is thousands of times faster than docking calculations. But still, as this comparison shows, provided by a colleague of mine, Alexei Zakharov and NCATS at NIH, on a well-equipped CPU cluster, searching 5.5 billion compounds results in a fairly substantial time commitment and still the kind of resources that are not accessible to every lab. And in addition, what Alexei had shown is that the brute force similarity search compared to Infinity, which is one of the rapid chemical similarity search algorithms, bring up drastically different results. This is an algorithm that does the same similarity calculation extremely fast, less than 30 seconds, but as a result of similarity search using brute force calculations and 1024-bit fingerprints, 391 compounds are extracted as similar to a particular target compound, and only 90 of those compounds have been selected through rapid search algorithm. So there is a need to build faster, much faster chemical similarity search algorithms, as well as make them more active. And here is a summary of reasons why this is slow. The library is so large, and most importantly, we calculate similarity in 1,000-dimensional space of chemical fingerprints, and so there are obvious directions that can be considered, such as pre-partition search library, reduce dimensionality of representation, and it's the latter challenge that we have tackled in our recent work in developing a combination of methods that we call semantically aware latent space autoencoder SALSA, as well as its little sister called SMALSA, where the representation is intentionally reduced from 1,000-dimensional to just a dozen-dimensional space, with the idea that this type of transformation will allow us to search and conduct chemical similarity calculations, which are part of hidden gem protocol, but have an independent value as well, extremely rapidly. And so just briefly, what's done in this method is that we capitalize on autoencoder, but we address one of the problems of autoencoder that we discovered, that the way the molecules are encoded in the latent space is not highly controlled, because it's not the objective of autoencoder, and therefore the latent space has less utility for molecular representation and chemical similarity calculations that we would need to have to make searches accurate and fast. So this is just quick background on autoencoder, and we're focusing on the latent space representation, which is an intermediate representation before the decoding step for chemical sequence-to-sequence autoencoders. And what we have detected by looking at the location of compounds represented in the latent space of what we've called naive standard autoencoder is that similar molecules, obviously similar in the chemistry space explicitly defined by chemical graphs, are mapped onto randomly, almost randomly chosen location in the latent space. So similar molecules are not co-located in the latent space. It's not required for autoencoder, because what's required and what's optimized for is to reproduce the original chemical structures closely, but our objective was to change and make molecular representation in the latent space more meaningful. And so we then have built a model optimized to reproduce chemical similarity distributions in the latent space that are observed in the primary space. And so let me describe this briefly. I'll accelerate the discussion, but the idea is to take compounds with calculated primary interest space and optimize the location in the space. Compounds are co-locate in that space, and that happens by generating opinions for functions when we molecules from chemical, but simple chemical graph transformations, addition, replacement, removal, such that each subsequent molecule is one graph eddy distance away from the anchor molecule or from the next mutant that becomes an anchor. And so using Campbell and using the random, what we've called mutant generation, we've created a data set, training set for SALSA. So that what's shown here are a series of compounds where each subsequent molecule is one graph eddy distance away from the previous molecule, and trained a special autoencoder that preserved distances between compounds in the primary space measured as graph eddy distances. And what we have found indeed is that this type of encoding, SALSA encoding, had generated much more narrow distributions of distances between compounds in the latent space than was shown on the left as naive autoencoder. And also through pre-partitioning of the search database, which can be accomplished using an algorithm known as KD3 in low dimensional space. So that's what I discussed thus far is done in any space, but then we switch to training a salsa model in a small latent space. We have a luxury of defining how large the latent space is going to be in the beginning of the calculation. We progressively study smaller and smaller latent spaces for salsa calculations until we reached a threshold of 16. And so in 16-dimensional space, we could partition the virtual screening library using a KD3 algorithm and dramatically improve the speed of exploration of this library. And so that's sort of the final result, where we show that with SMALSA, which is, again, a small sister of SALSA, in a 16-dimensional space specifically, we achieve accurate detection of nearest neighbors of each molecule in the training set with a speed that is shown here, which as compared to 256-dimensional space, let alone 1,000-dimensional space, accelerates calculations dramatically while preserving the high accuracy of reproducing similarity calculated through graph-edit distances in the primary chemistry space. And so my last quick points that I would like to make is that we develop algorithms. Of course, we're excited to contemplate the development of computational algorithms that are rigorous, robust, and fast, but they really need to be integrated tightly with experiment. And so our standard modus operandi is that as we develop algorithms, we use them in pragmatic studies with our experimental colleagues. And to illustrate a study that we conducted on one of the COVID target NSP13, this is the full protocol that we're attempting to implement for every study. So in this case, the starting point, just to illustrate, is the sequence of the protein. If the structure is known from PDB or predicted with AlphaFold, we could use the structure to identify by fragment token, computational or experimental fragment token, identify potential binding sites, focus on one of those sites, and establish that this binding site is conserved across multiple instances of the protein across multiple viruses, because we want to develop ones that could hit potential in multiple viruses and targets for multiple viruses. Use Hidden Gem and other virtual screening tools, identify hits or design new compounds, test them, and then conduct hit-to-lead calculations. And that's the full workflow that we typically follow when we collaborate with people with specific targets. Now, here's probably the time to address the question that I was asked here, which is, even with very low success rate, when we conduct deep learning analysis for huge multi-billion compound libraries, we cannot test as compounds. And that's absolutely true. We have to select, and that's an interesting challenge, important challenge. We could only select very small number of compounds for testing, right? We build models in billions of molecules, and we select dozens for testing. So that brings me to my last point, that we need to progressively develop and use various filters to filter down the calculated hits. And so our lab, and I'm sure you know that there have been a lot of developments around the world in developing various protocols that select compounds for properties other than biological activity. And so a lot of false positives. So there is a predictor that we built that calculates and assesses assay liability and allows to down select compounds from predicted hits that have high biological activity, predicted biological activity, to those that are likely to be false positives in various biological screening calculations. There is also, it's also important to calculate compounds that are likely to progress further in the context of ADME tox. And so here's another calculator called stoplight that identifies heat molecules that are not only bioactive, but have desired physical properties, as well as, where enriching stop light, reduced toxicity and other undesired properties. And so that's one of the approaches to down select from hits in addition to scores. So my last couple of slides are more philosophical, and that is that I think we're reaching the phase after a hype associated with promises of AI, where CAD, computer-assisted drug design, is reaching what's called in this Gartner, famous Gartner hype cycle. They present hype cycles for different fields. So we're reaching the plateau of productivity if we use rigorous algorithms, and especially if we attempt to collaborate with experimental scientists and validate algorithms, not in silico, but in actual experimental labs. This is my educational slide. It's not the machines are going to replace chemists. It's chemists who use machines will replace those that don't, and that's just an appeal. First published by Derek Lowen, the pipeline block for science translational medicine, that we need to start training pretty much every chemist in machine learning. But the last slide I want to show is to the point I made about the importance of experimental validation. And that is that we formed recently with the Structural Genomics Consortium a machine learning network for free competitive drug discovery. And the idea is to collectively work on projects where computational hits are tested experimentally by SGC, and teams around the world compete in challenges like CAST, critical assessment of structure prediction, or CASH that was put together by SGC recently, with the idea that predictions made in silico are validated in experiments, and we know whether and how the methods work on it. So that's the idea of this new community that we want to build around the world, and hopefully people listening to me would be interested in joining. And starting point is to send an email to any of the people listed here, and we're happy to respond to your questions and to any inquiries about this. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for such an interesting and inspiring talk. And we have time for questions that I'm going to read. The first one is, even with 0.05% success rate, deep learning for ultra-large library will have millions compounds as hits. Is it possible to test such a huge number of molecules for each target? And have you prioritized hits?
Yeah, so I think I thank you for this question. I think I addressed it when I've talked about filters, and I showed a couple of filters, but each filter that I showed has multiple predictors built in. So it is a huge problem, and of course we're completely restricted when it comes to not benchmarking but validation. We're restricted by the experimental capabilities and the cost of experiments. So that's the biggest challenge, and essentially we don't calculate in virtual screening success rate. We have a challenge of selecting top scoring hits enriched by other predicted properties. So our task is, and that's what we effectively do, we down select from 70 billion compound library, 50, 60, 100 compounds, which sounds like a ridiculous task, but that's what we do. That's what we have to do. We don't have any other choice. So it's the matter of improving algorithms. And this is a separate topic that I'm happy to discuss, but we need to mentally change how we think about model accuracy and switch from the traditional use of area under the curve or confusion matrix to metrics that only focus on early enrichment. So it's a combination, my answer to the question is a combination of early enrichment metrics, imbalanced data set, machine learning, and property filters that will down select a very small number of compounds from billion compound library. And some of those hits, small number of hits, will be shown to work on the experiment. So that's the first question. And second, a problem of using Dokken score as scripter and QSR is that different software give different Dokken score. Absolutely right. It's not really a descriptor, it's the target property. Dokken score is the target property that we predict from chemical structure. Different Dokken software are going to get different Dokken scores. What we predict is no better than what comes out of Dokken calculations. So in order to increase the practical hit rate, we need to start by studying which particular Dokken algorithm produces the highest outcome for a target of interest, and then use these methods. And there's no way around in this approach the problem that was identified in this question. A drug might exhibit good activity in vitro, but fail in vivo, cause toxic effect, of course. So it's often hard to define a clear and consistent reward function in reinforcement learning. Please shed light on this. Again, fully agree. There are recent grant opportunities where the world is asked to come up with better tools that deal with the problem that more than 90% of drug candidates fail in clinical trials, predominantly for toxicity, predominantly for hepatotoxicity. So my approach to this question is not really through reinforcement learning, because we want to reinforce on activity, and we want to reinforce on synthetic feasibility. I think it's through the building of progressively more accurate filters that require progressively more accurate measurements of endpoints that affect clinical failure of drug candidates that we could address this problem. But I personally don't think that reinforcement learning is the way to go. These filters may be used part of reinforcement learning, or may be used as post generation filters, and I think the latter is more pragmatic.
Okay. Thanks again, Professor, for your kind answer. And for question of time, we are going to continue with the program. So our next speaker is from Germany, Professor Jürgen Bajora. Sorry for the pronunciation. He's going to talk about molecular design in the era of artificial intelligence, chemical language models as an example. So, Professor Jürgen.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, everything's okay.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. Pleasure to contribute to the school. And as we know, there is certainly a good deal of hype involved in promoting AI in a variety of areas, including drug discovery and design. Of course, would not like to do this, but rather provide a more balanced view of potential new opportunities that are provided. And specifically, what I like to do today is discuss a class of advanced machine learning models that are termed chemical language models, which actually enable applications in molecular design that have been rather difficult or even infeasible so far. And chemical language models, as the name implies, have been adapted from natural language processing. And their major feature which makes them attractive for exploration in molecular design is what I consider to be an exceptional versatility. As long as we can provide appropriate textual or sequential input data that can be tokenized in a meaningful way, we can actually consider a variety of mappings to be learned by these models, including molecular mappings, compound to compound mappings that are based on context-dependent rules, mappings between different types of molecules. So there's a great variety of things that we can explore. Despite their differences and the diversity of the applications, these models have in common that a number of learning tasks must be addressed. And first and foremost, they need to learn vocabulary and syntax of chosen molecular representations. Then conditional probabilities need to be derived. For tokens to appear at particular positions in sequencing, we can introduce so-called second-level conditioning using predefined rules, such as molecular property constraints. In the literature, these models are then often termed conditional CLMs. Typically, they're pre-trained on large compound data sets to learn the syntax of molecular representations, and then often, but not always, fine-tuned using smaller data sets to implicitly learn desired properties, which would then correspond to semantic features. State-of-the-art CLM architecture at present, I think it's fair to say that these are transformers, which have increasingly been superseding RNNs, recurrent neural networks that were originally applied. We have a view here, schematic view of a standard transformer architecture, and the hallmark of the transformers, which is widely known by now, is the self-attention mechanism. So attention functions act here on all hidden states and assign importance or attention's weight to tokens based on their relationships to others. And the transformers typically comprise multiple attention-based modules in an encoder-decoder framework that all include neural network units in addition with multiple multi-head attention layers. And these multi-head attention layers are critical to transformer function. They act in parallel on different parts of the input sequence and its embeddings, and then generate these attention vectors to capture long-range relationships. And there are a number of different transformer variants, only 3 of which I would like to briefly introduce, that become increasingly relevant for molecular representations. This is first and foremost the so-called text-to-text transfer transformer, or T5. This is an original transformer architecture used for sequence-to-sequence mapping and language translation. This is the encoder-decoder framework that I just showed. Then there is a transformer decoder-only variant, generative pre-trained transformer. This is, of course, widely known to be at the core of all our GPT models, with the primary task of new text generation. And then there is an encoder-only variant, bidirectional encoder representations from transformers, or BERT architecture. This is already for a while pretty popular in bioinformatics for a number of tasks. It was originally devised for text classification and next sentence prediction, and it's now also being introduced for more chemical applications. So what I will do in the following to provide you with a flavor of new applications that we can entertain is go through a couple of examples to introduce a specific use of chemical language models in different ways. And I want to start out with a tool we have introduced beginning of last year called DeepCubist. And this is a methodology devised for the design of peptidomimetics as potential inhibitors of protein-protein interactions. It involves two stages, only one of which involves a CLM. Stage one entails the design of a carbon skeleton library that is specifically rich in geometric skeletons with high sp3 content as mimics of alpha helical turns, beta turns, or loops in proteins. And this library that was designed using different approaches contained on the order of 28,000 skeletons. And then stage two is where a CLM is used to convert these carbon skeletons into chemically accessible scaffolds through the introduction of heteroatoms and bond orders, as illustrated here at the bottom. And so in this particular case, the prediction task would be a skeleton to scaffold mapping, skeleton to scaffold conversion through generative smiles transformation. The model was trained here on about 53,000 skeleton scaffold pairs from Campbell or the Natural Products database Coconut. And then almost standard nowadays for the assessment of CLMs, we monitor different optimization criteria, including string validity, which is simply the proportion of valid smiles that are sampled. Then in this particular case, scaffold retention, referring to the proportion of source skeletons that are exactly found in newly generated scaffolds, and then scaffold novelty, proportion of newly generated scaffolds that are not contained in the training data. And in this particular case, a T5 architecture was chosen after some preliminary studies comparing this with RNNs, which also performed quite well, but the T5 architecture in this case achieved considerably higher skeleton retention than the recurrent neural networks. And on random selections for the skeleton library, this is the type of performance that was, in fact, not very difficult to achieve, with about 94% of string validity, 99% of scaffold retention, setting the T5 apart from the RNNs, and then also about 99% of scaffold novelty. So this here is an exemplary CLM task that is relatively straightforward for these models, but very difficult to accomplish using other more conventional or standard structure generation methods. I'm showing you a couple of examples of different turns or secondary structures that were mimicked. Here, for example, a beta turn mimetic in HIV protease, tripeptide. And here we see the best fitting skeleton of the library that is also depicted here. And then you see exemplary scaffolds that were generated in this case. And the scaffold retention was, in this particular case, 98 of 100. This was sampled. Here we have a helix mimetic for PPR gamma. And again, the best fitting library scaffold is shown here together, a skeleton together with the newly generated scaffolds at the high retention rate. So second conditional, conceptually different example that I want to show you here is what we call Deep AC 2.0. This originated about 3 years ago when we implemented a T5 conditional transformer for predicting activity cliffs. So activity cliffs are pairs of compounds, structural analogs, very similar compounds with large potency differences in compound data sets. And in the original prediction of activity cliffs, what we wanted to accomplish is start with a weakly potent input compound And then through learning, the corresponding mappings generate a highly potent analog. And therefore, we devised then the particular training procedure for analog pairs here, pre-trained the transformer, fine-tuned it on different compound activity classes, and then observed in the reproducibility of activity cliffs, about 80 to 85% prediction accuracy. And this is a level of prediction accuracy that we have been able to achieve before, for example, with the first support vector machine models with specialized kernel functions for compound pairs about 10 years ago. But the added bonus, of course, of the generative design approach here is you can not only reproduce activity cliffs at high frequency, you also can generate a lot of new candidate compounds for the generations of cliffs. So a little bit encouraged by these initial findings, we then thought to generalize this particular approach. Generalization means in this particular case that we would like to use it to predict highly potent compounds on the basis of any weakly potent input molecules. And this has then been attempted with DeepAC 2.0. So a learning task here, prediction task, is mapping of source to target compounds conditioned on potency differences. So we have a compound mapping again, and then we have a context-dependent rule, which is the desired potency difference. And this is accomplished to a concatenated string representation of a source compound and tokenized potency difference bin. Again, this is trained on analog pairs with multiple substitution sites and capturing a variety of potency differences beginning at tenfold. Transformer pre-training was carried out on about 500,000 analog pairs from about 500 different activity classes, and then fine-tuning on analog pairs from individual classes that were not encountered during pre-training. And as a criterion for successful quote-unquote generative design here is the most rigorous one in our hands. We prefer exact reproduction of known target compounds. In addition, we can look at structural analogs of known target compounds, but the exact reproduction of known target compounds not encountered during pre-training procedures is certainly the most rigorous criterion for initial model assessment. So after fine-tuning, DeepAC 2.0 was found to exactly reproduce about 7 to 36% of known target compounds with 10 to 1,000-fold higher potency in different activity classes. And not necessarily anticipated feature of this model was a structural diversification potential. Although this model was only trained on analog pairs that represented compounds with different potencies, the reproduced and newly generated compounds for particular input molecules included not only analogs, but also compounds with novel structurally distinct cores. Now, here examples are shown of analog pairs. Here's always the input compound, and here an exactly reproduced known output compound. And these are analogs, so corresponding to training instances. And then we have additional examples here where new cores were reproduced that were actually already present in input compounds from different analog series. This is a nice example for the intrinsic diversification potential once these molecules learn enough instances of compound pairs or whatever we like to train them. So as a third example, we will look at another methodology devised for compound optimization, but now in a different reference frame, not for generating potent compounds on the basis of weakly potent input molecules, but for extending analog series with new potent analogs. Therefore, it is termed deep AS for analog series. And this is sort of what one traditional tries to do with QSAR methods, of course, but we want to do it here in a conceptually distinct way. And also in a methodologically, maybe a little bit provocative fashion that is enabled here through the use of a CLM. So what we do with analog series here, we represent them as R group sequences that are ordered by increasing potency. So you can look at an analog series from any source, and then each analog is represented as an R group or R group combination, and all of the analogs are ordered by increasing compound potency. And so when we then train a CLM here, potency should be learned implicitly from these sequences that represent ascending potency gradients. So it's a pseudo-semantical feature. And then the prediction task would be here to predict the next potent analog for an evolving series. And this methodology is, as I said, provocative in the sense that it's a scaffold-independent method for compound optimization. Now, when we contemplate on this scaffold-independent methodology for compound optimization, sounds pretty wild. However, there is a scientific foundation here that we explore, and this is the SAR transfer potential that is often encoded by analog series. So for many years, we have studied SAR transfer events depicted here. And what we can see here is that often corresponding optimization path with corresponding analogs that are designed are found in series with increasing potency against a wide variety of targets. And this, of course, represents similar optimization strategies in medicinal chemistry that are employed to optimize compounds in analog series. And so the presence of SAR transfer potential is really providing a scientific foundation for the prediction of new analogs in series in a scaffold-independent manner. So with this purpose, we adapted the different transformer architecture, the BERT architecture that I briefly introduced previously. And the specialty of BERT is its multi-layer bidirectional encoder, which means that the prediction of a word in a particular sentence is not only facilitated in a feed-forward manner, but is based on preceding and subsequent words in the sequence. And as briefly mentioned, the BERT architecture was originally introduced for next sentence predictions, and this task is actually closely related to the ACS extension that we want to facilitate here. This is a depiction of the architecture. So we have here the embedding of our data, of our potency-ordered analog series sequences. And then here is the transformer encoder layer. So this is the heart of BERT. And then through the softmax function, the dense layer, we produce the log likelihood scores from the model for extension of a series. And on the basis of these log likelihood scores calculated from the machine internal probabilities, we can then rank entire libraries of substituents, R groups, to be prioritized for the extension of series. So we can cover here R groups with single and multiple substitution sites. When we go from single to multiple substitution sites, the setup and the calculations and the combinatorial space that we explore get increasingly complicated. As long as we deal with single substitution sites, we can encode these series at a constant length of 35 tokens, and then our vocabulary consists of about 3,800 R groups that are extracted from bioactive compounds, and then special go, stop, and non-tokens that we need for encoding purposes. When we go to R group combination sequences, then each R group combination is represented as an individual concatenated token. And now we need a much longer token sequence to encode all the information that we want. And here the vocabulary then consists of about 37,000 predefined R group combination tokens, again, extracted from bioactive compounds, and the special tokens that we need. And this is how a basic encoding of R group sequences under the condition of data augmentation then looks like. Each R group sequences is transformed here into a set of multiple sentences with increasing number of words, so that we get intrinsic data augmentation for any analog series with subseries of increasing lengths. And this data augmentation can be carried out in an analogous way, both for single and multiple substitution sites. Also show you an encoding for analog series with multiple substitution sites, 4, 3, and 2. You can see here for each and every position, encode a concatenated R group token as an individual token. And we formalize this then with an encoding of constant length again. So in this particular case, giving the scientific foundation that we want to explore and exploit, the SAR transport potential, we want to build a general model covering essentially the entire or global analog series space. So in this particular case, we're not so much interested in fine-tuning, but the general global space model should then predict for any evolving analog series the terminal R group or R group combination. So for single site series or first generation CLM, training was conducted on about 94 analog series, covering about 2,000 targets, and then testing on 10,000 series included from training. For multi-site, second generation model termed DeepAS 2.0, we cover analog series with a maximum of 5 substitution sites, training on about 11,000 series with varying numbers of site, evaluation on 3,000. So of course, needless to say, as we go from single to multi substitution site, our database for learning decreases. And then in test calculations, we always try to predict the terminal analog from series that has been removed and that were never encountered during training. Here we can see a summary of the model performance. So we look at the percentage of test analog series that we investigated for which the terminal R group or R group combination was predicted amongst the top 5 prioritized R groups based on our log likelihood score for the either close to 4,000 or 37,000 ranked tokens. And we can see here that the single site model comes up with quality predictions for about 70% of the test series that we explored. And the multi-site model with about 42%. And I must admit, when we devised the multi-site model, I was a little bit more pessimistic looking at the combinatorial task at hand here, what this model would be able to achieve, and looking at the applications then, systematic applications, reaching this level was quite surprising, at least to me. Here's some exemplary predictions. We can see for a series with 5 substitution sites or 4 substitution sites, what type of R group combination would then be predicted to extend series. And this extension is possible for series of varying length. Here, short series are shown sometimes only with 4 or 5 different analogs, which is also surprising and can only be attributed to a pretty extensive coverage and learning of global analog series space. In the 4th application, I want to show you a different type of application. Here we want to revisit something that is for long out of fashion in drug design, and this is sequence-based compound design. So the learning task that we have here is we want to map protein sequences to active compounds conditioned on desired potency values. So more formalized, this is sort of the mapping that we want to learn. And this is, again, a good example for something that requires the versatility of a chemical language model, because our input data here is entire protein sequence and then a potency rule. And we map this to a particular target compound. And we have protein sequence embedding and a tokenized compound potency value. And then we map this to SMILES representations of targets. We do an amino acid-based sequence tokenization, potency value range binning here for tokenization, atom-based tokenization of canonical SMILES. We need to combine here different embeddings, and so therefore for the protein sequence embedding, we adopted the ProTrans protein language model that has become pretty popular and powerful for a variety of applications in bioinformatics. And then we combine this with a conditional T5 transformer. And the model architecture looks like this. And for sequence of interest, we generate our sequence embedding. And then we transform the sequence embedding into the conditioned input for the transformer, so where we include the context-dependent rule. And then our transformer facilitates the mapping to the output sequence. Pre-training in this particular case was carried out with about 200,000 sequence to compound pairs from about 1,500 different compound activity classes. Then I show results here for target-based fine-tuning on 10 activity classes that are not included in pre-training. We also carried out an in-depth analysis here for different data sets, in particular non-overlapping, structurally distinct fine-tuning in test sets on the basis of analog series-based splitting, so that there was absolutely no possibility of data leakage. And then each particular case for each test instance, maximum of 100 output compounds were sampled. And here's a summary of the results. So for each of our test cases, we reproduced exactly a number of test compounds ranging from 5 to 115, dependent on the particular activity class we investigated. As a control, we also carried out this prediction task in the absence of potency conditioning. So by learning the protein sequence to target compound mapping without a potency constraint, and then here our reproducibility rate is still consistently detectable, but notably declines as indicated here, and showing an information gain as one should expect through the inclusion of a context-dependent potency conditioning in this particular case. And as the last example, yet another more specified application. Here, what we would like to do is design dual target compounds, so compounds with a predefined activity against two targets of interest. These dual target compounds are, as many of you will know, of interest for polypharmacology-oriented drug discovery for the treatment of multifactorial diseases, depending on the engagement of multiple targets. And so the learning task here is mapping of single target compounds to corresponding dual target compounds. This can be facilitated in different ways. So we can conceivably map the compound pair representation to a dual target compound, or we can try to simplify the approach by only using a particular single target compound and mapping it directly to a dual target compound, exploiting the wealth of training examples we might have available here for overlapping compound target pairings. For both of these possibilities, we established proof of principle. And what was done here was simply an atom-based tokenization of canonical SMILES, which we have seen before. And this is in line with our design approaches that we discussed in an example of an unconditional T5 model that we are building. So I'm showing you here representative results for the simpler approach, so single target to dual target compound mapping directly. Pre-training in this particular case, about 24,000 dual target compounds and 42,000 corresponding single target compounds, on total about 75,000 target pairs, covering on the order of 1,500 unique targets from 231 different UniProt families. And target-based fine-tuning for the data here, 6 pairs of targets from functionally unrelated protein families with very small numbers of dual target compounds available for fine-tuning and testing. So here on the order of only 27 to 76. So we would expect to really reach our limits here for fine-tuning. In this particular case, we enumerated single to dual target compound pairs and then also built model variants based on increasing similarity between single and dual target compounds to get an idea what sort of background similarity is required for effective learning. Control sets were also generated for mappings of single target to single target compounds, test sets that did not include dual target compounds to check whether these models would indeed chart dual target compound space. Here are a summary of the prediction results. So these models consistently reproduced known dual target compounds and in addition generated many analogs, close analogs of these compounds in line with the generative approach. And we found that a detectable similarity in our models at the level 2D similarity of 25%, lower similarity was not tested here, was required for effective learning. So a model without similarity constraint here had a notable drop in performance. And these models learned chemical space of dual target compounds, as was conclusively shown by the failure of all single target compound controls that we facilitated. Here representative examples of such predictions. So you see here an input single target compound for different target pairs, acetylcholine esterase and MAO-B, monoamine oxidase B, and exactly reproduced dual target compounds, and then one of many sampled structural analogs of these compounds. Here's another one for an unrelated compound pair involving a beta secretase 1. Same thing, and then here one for adenosine receptor and histone deacetylase, where we also show chemical compounds here with single and dual target activity of different complexity and then representative structural analogs. So this discussion of these 5, in part conceptually rather distinct examples, leaves me with some conclusions here. It is very clear in our experience and resonates also other findings in the field that the deep machine learning models that we now explore are not necessarily anticipated to improve standard applications in many instances that we successfully do for many years, such as compound property predictions, and often because of the limited database we have available for learning and the absence of representation learning from low resolution data. But a major reason for exploring these models is, in fact, their versatility in enabling what I would call off the beaten path prediction tasks. And so accordingly, methods such as DeepAC or DeepAS are indeed novel concepts for designing potent compounds for compound optimization that we could have not explored in the absence of chemical language models. Now, with all these predictions, there's also an important aspect that I like to stress, and this is the intrinsic duality of such advanced predictions. This has several implications. Whenever possible, we should explore scientific foundations and carefully consider these when devising these models. So, for example, the scaffold-independent analog predictions that we have put forward here definitely rely on SAR transfer events that are often detected in optimization. And without those, without having those encoded in the data, we could not devise these models. On the other hand, and this is an expression of the duality that I quote here, these predictions might often also rely on effects and foundations that go beyond our scientific reasoning or intuition. So, for example, when we revising sequence-based drug design, I would argue that sequence-based drug design became increasingly unfashionable in drug design because the scientific foundations of this approach were never really strong. And as a consequence, it was increasingly superseded with structure-based methods. Now, when we readdress this task with novel generations of models that are purely statistical in nature, then we might arrive at meaningful predictions for other reasons than we can currently comprehend. For clearly only statistical considerations that escape currently our ability to rationalize these models. And we need to attest to this, and at the same time, we need to worry about it because we are walking, at the end of the day, always a fine line between clever Hans effect and arriving at predictions for other than anticipated and desired reasons, and sound predictions that we may be able to explain or not. And so walking this fine line is a challenge for everybody engaging in this going forward. So with this, I would like to just acknowledge people who were instrumental for the work today. Thank you for your attention, and we'll be happy to try to answer some questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jürgen, for your presentation. I think it has been charged of so much value for all of the presents. And there are some questions in the YouTube transmission.
Okay, I'm going to have a look. Okay, let me start. So there's a number. I will try to answer them here in sequence. Looks to be quite a few, so please just stop me. When we are running out of time, I try to do this in brief here. So the first question is whether the transformer models need more training and chirality using the, for example, prediction of activity cliffs. Yeah, this is in fact true. The prediction of activity cliffs that I've shown here are on stereo insensitive representations. So, for example, chirality cliffs that we have reported several years ago that are only due to the change at a particular stereo center. They could not be predicted in the current framework. Finding it's available. I think it's justified. It's justified. Here's the question. Oh, these were questions for the previous presentation. So I think this was the only one.
Yeah, the other question is also here pasted in the Zoom call, but both of them are specifically on chirality.
Okay, the second one is pasted and see. Transformers need more training on chirality. I think I answered this one. Which one was the second one? Maybe you could help me out. Don't see it right now.
Yes, that one is the other.
Okay, yeah, I think I answered these two in context. Yeah. So if there's anything to add to it, please let me know.
Thank you so much for your presentation, for your answers.
My pleasure.
Well, now I would like to introduce you to Dr. Alan Talebi from the Universidad Nacional de La Plata. Dr. Alan. We can't hear you, I think.
Now?
Yeah, better.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's very nice to be here with you. I want to thank Jose Luis and Karina for the invitation to participate in the school. It's really an honor. They have designed an impressive program. And I also want to thank them for their continuous efforts to visualize what chemoinformaticians in Latin America do, and to promote chemoinformatics in Latin America and to connect us with the rest of the world. Thanks for that. And that said, I will share my screen. Can you see it okay there?
Yes.
Okay, so I will try to present some basic ideas regarding or related to supervised and unsupervised machine learning, and then I will present one example of what we have been doing with this in our group in Argentina. As other lecturers discussed before, and as some lectures before Professor Tropsha did, the chemical universe is expanding exponentially, and now we have the possibility to explore tens of billions of compounds, libraries with tens of billions of compounds, but of course that's a challenge, and machine learning, both supervised and unsupervised machine learning, have a lot to contribute on that regard, as previously discussed. Well, maybe all of you are familiarized with virtual screening, but let's say this involves the use and the application of models and or algorithms to identify potential candidates with a given pharmacological profile. Virtual screening can be thought as a ranking experiment. Originally, you have a chemical library randomly ordered, and the expectation is that after applying the model or models or algorithms, you will have a ranked order where if everything goes well, the top positions of the ranking would be enriched in active compounds compared to random ordering. And one possibility is to choose from the top positions some compounds to send to experimental confirmation. So metaphorically speaking, I sometimes think of this as if you have this kind of shard with small balls on the left, where the blue balls are inactive compounds and the red ones are active compounds, and you expect that after ranking the compounds with your models, you will have more compounds near the top of the mouth of the shard. The probability of confirming the predictions in experimental assay, that means the probability of a compound selected by the models to confirm activity once submitted to experimental assays is provided by this expression here. And as you see, this expression critically depends on the sensitivity of the models, the true positive rate, the specificity of the model, that is the true negative rate. And also, unfortunately, it also depends on the proportion of active compounds in the library that you are screening. And I say, unfortunately, because when you are performing a true prospective virtual screening experiment, you don't know this proportion a priori. So the thing is that we cannot estimate this probability, which is very interesting, because let's say that the probability is 0.1. It means that 1 in 10 compounds that you select with the models and send to experimental confirmation will confirm the activity. So, you know, if you want to catch one active compound, you have to acquire and send 10 compounds to wet screening. But as I was saying, because we don't know this proportion of active compounds a priori, we cannot estimate this probability. But despite that, let's consider, just for an example, that you have an Excel model and a model with perfect sensitivity. Let's say a model that has a sensitivity of 1. It can identify every active compound that you screen with it. And you have a pretty good specificity, let's say 99%. So only 1 in 100 compounds screened by the models, inactive compounds screened by the model is predicted as an active compound that is a false positive. So if you have this sensitivity and specificity balance, and let's be very optimistic and say that 1 in every 100 compounds in the library is an active one, which is very optimistic. Even in those very favorable conditions, you will have an estimated PA of 0.5. So 1 in every 2 hits selected by the model will be a false positive. And in real virtual screening applications, let's say in high throughput screening, wide high throughput screening applications, usually we have one active compound confirmed for every 500 active compounds, or maybe 2. So this probability, the estimated average probability of finding an active compound with a model this good will be about 0.15. So you will have to acquire 8 compounds and send it to experimental confirmation to find one confirmed active compound. So this is just maybe a concept, but when we label the compounds that we use to train the machine learning algorithm, we are working with supervised machine learning, and what we actually want to do is to find an equation that may be very complex or very simple, but will relate the property or activity that we want to predict with a number of molecular descriptors or features. And in the case of unsupervised machine learning clustering, you don't label your data. So you just want to see if there's an, let's say, natural grouping of your compounds in the selected feature space. So I frequently use this example. Let's say that I ask you which of these three elements, Lionel Messi, a dolphin, and a shark, are more similar between them. Well, there might appear different answers in the audience. Some of you may say that the dolphin is more similar to the shark than to Messi. And some of you may say that if we consider the internal structures of Messi and the dolphin, maybe the dolphin and Messi are more similar between them. So let's translate it into an structural fingerprint, similar to what we use when we resort to molecular fingerprinting. And let's say that in this fingerprinting system that we have, that we use here, the first bit of the bit string corresponds to caudal fin, the second to pectoral fins, the third to dorsal fin, the fourth to mammary glands, the fifth to lungs, and the sixth to diaphragm. So if we consider all these features, the dolphin seems to be kind of in the middle between the two. So it is in some aspects similar to Messi and in some aspects similar to the shark. But if instead of doing that, we resort to this simpler fingerprinting system, the dolphin seems to be identical to the shark, but totally different from Lionel Messi. So a first conclusion that you may already be aware with is that the ability of an algorithm to group, classify, etc., will critically depend on the features that we use or select to accomplish this task. And let's go to another very silly example. You know, humanity has been clustering things for a long time. Now we try to do it automatically, but let's say from the Alexandrine library, we are usually worried about how to cluster books, for example, in a public library, in a private library, in a bookshop, in a way that someone that is looking for a specific book or type of books can locate it very rapidly, very efficiently in the library. And if I ask you if, and we are very familiar with this. For example, we go to a bookshop and we have books organized by literary genre, by authors, by geographical regions, by a lot of criteria and sub-criteria. And if I ask you if you think that organizing these books by the color of the bonding is a good idea, you probably will say that it is not. You will not expect a productive clustering of the books by color of the bonding. But there are counterexamples to that. If you go to Italy, or if you look the wording libriciali in your Google bar, which means yellow books in Italian, you will find that most of the yellow books published in Italy are crime books. What maybe what in English is called Noah books, or yes, Noah books, criminal books. And so in this case, if you go to a library in Italy and enter and see a group of yellow books somewhere there, they are probably crime books. And this is an historical and maybe random. There's a random explanation to this. Somewhere in the 20th century, a book publisher, Mondadori, published a very famous collection of this type of books, which by decision of the editor, or maybe because of the yellow ink was cheap at that moment, I don't know. But for some reason, the editor decided to print these books with yellow covers, and then there's a tradition there to publish this kind of books with that cover. The conclusion from this silly second example is that every now and then, unexpected features can be useful to perform a given task. And we can select features in many different ways. We can resort to prior knowledge or expert criteria or common sense, but maybe we will not think that yellow books can be grouped for a purposeful use. We can perform dimensionality reduction on a pool of features. We can base the feature selection on external labels, which is what we do in supervised machine learning. And we can also not to choose a priori what feature we will use. We can resort to exhaustive search, but this is computationally expensive, especially if we are dealing with big data. And we can also resort to feature bagging, which is what we do in our lab very frequently. We combine feature bagging with quite simple algorithms, and we obtain quite good results. So we work in very searching for drugs against very diverse pharmacological targets. We work in the field of anti-infective drugs, drugs for parasitic diseases. There are some examples there with our partners for every target. We also work in epilepsy a bit, and we also work more recently in antiviral research, for example, with SARS-CoV-2, with leukemia virus, and with chikungunya. And what we usually do is we compile a data set, we cluster it, resulting to feature bagging. I will show you a bit more of this in the next few slides. And Then we divide the data set in training sets, validation sets, test set, as usual. We use the training set to obtain the models, and after validation, we perform the virtual screening. And also at the stage of hit selection, we will resort to structure-based models, molecular docking, and sometimes molecular dynamics. And in these later steps, in the hit selection steps, sometimes we also resort to clustering to, for example, sample in silico hits with molecular to guarantee molecular diversity, or maybe to see how these hits group in the chemical space, if they are close to known active compounds, or if they are, for example, in regions of the chemical space that are unoccupied by active compounds, so molecular novelty may be found there. And we have conceived different in-house clustering algorithms. They are quite simple algorithms. One of them is called IRAPCA, which is based, as I said, in feature bagging. You have a feature pool, and then you subdivide randomly that feature pool in subsets of features. And then every subset of features is subjected or submitted to dimensionality reduction, in this case by principal component analysis. Sometimes we use other methods, but in this case we use this, which is probably well known by all of you. And after that, we apply the Cummings algorithm. So we apply quite well-known algorithms in combination. And if needed, if the cluster we obtain are too large, we can apply this same procedure iteratively. Let's say that ideally we would like to have cohesive clusters which are well separated in the feature space from each other, and we can assess how well we have done that by different metrics. The one that we use by default is the silhouette coefficient, which essentially combines the two distance that we are interested in, the within cluster distances, mean distances, and the between cluster distances. And we use the silhouette coefficient, to define which structure of the data is more productive on that regard, to obtain separate clusters and dense clusters. We explore systematically different possible number of clusters to structure the data. For example, in this case, 4 clusters have provided the best silhouette coefficient. A silhouette coefficient of 1 means perfect clustering, and a silhouette coefficient of -1 means the other way around. And we have done some benchmark experiments with the clustering algorithm using diverse data sets, in this case 29 data sets, and you can see there that the blue bar here and the red one here are algorithms that we designed, and we have also other algorithms usually used to cluster small molecules, and you can see that in terms of the silhouette score, our algorithms perform the best across all the data sets, the 29 data set exhibited here. You can see more of these two papers. And this has not been published yet, but we have derived one novel in-house algorithm that we call Conclusion, and it's even better than in this benchmarking experiment than IRAPCA and some of the previous one. So to end the presentation, I will discuss an application of this workflow that I showed before to look for new COVID-19 drugs. In particular, we were searching for inhibitors of the main protease of SARS-CoV-2, and there were a lot of institutions funding this and a lot of laboratories participating in this from all over the world: Korea, Germany, Greece, Uruguay, Argentina, and Mexico, and many others. And using the same workflow that I show, well, we started from a training set composed by a balanced training set composed by 80 active compounds and 80 known inactive compounds against MPRO. This was a very well curated data set. We exclude any data points that have some gaps on the experimental approach that was used to obtain the data, to collect the data. And we also complemented the validation and test sets, whose composition is shown here, by adding decoys, so putative inactive compounds generated by in-house algorithms, but very similar in their workflow to the ones that are used in the directory of useful decoys enhanced. And here you have the performance in terms of accuracy of the best models that we use resorting to feature bagging. We obtain from Mordred descriptors 1,000 subsets of descriptors of no more of 200 descriptors. And from them, we train linear models, linear classifiers. And you can see the accuracy in the training set, which is okay. It's not wonderful, but it's okay. And you can see that in the cross-validation, the lead group out cross-validation, the accuracy tends to go down, which is not that good. And you can see that in contrast, in the randomization test, the mean accuracy as expected is around 0.5. So similar to random behavior, this tells us that at least no spurious relationships are suspected there. But we resorted to ensemble learning, selective ensemble learning of the best classifiers by different modes of combining the scores of the individual models. And you can see the ensemble that we selected is provided by the minimal score of 22 linear models. This is a quite conservative way of combining models, because in essence, if a single model predicts a compound as inactive, that compound will be predicted as inactive no matter what the other model said. And you can see that in the two retrospective screening experiments that we performed, the combination of linear models performed quite better than the best individual models. And you can see that not only that, but the performance was more robust across the two retrospective screens than in the case of the individual model, as judged by the area under the rock curve and also by the bedrock metric. So all in all, the combination of models seem to have a good enrichment, average enrichment, and also very good early enrichment. And well, the most important part of all, maybe, what happened when we submitted predicted hits in silico hits to wet screening. So we were working on an in-house library consisting of 6,200 compounds approximately. This library of compounds has been gathered from different groups of medicinal chemists working in the project from, as I say, from all over the world. And so when we applied these ligand-based models jointly with docking, we obtained a list of 43 in silico hits that belong to the applicability domain of the models. And of them, we have enough physical sample of 28 compounds that we submitted to experimental confirmation against MPRO. You can see results here on the upper left. And the nice thing is that approximately 30% of these 28 compounds that we submitted to experimental confirmation confirm the predicted activity with IC50s in the range from 0.049 micromolar to about 6 micromolar. In fact, 5 of the confirmed hits were active at submicromolar or nanomolar concentrations, which I think is quite good. And so I would also like to emphasize this about 30% of confirmed hits. If you remember the equation I showed at the beginning of the talk, this is quite good. This means that the models actually were quite predictive, had good sensitivity and good specificity. So that's all I had to show you. I would like to thank to all the institutions that partner with us to work on the different lines of research that we have. And I also want to thank my team, which is shown there in small faces, and there you have our contact data in case you are interested to know anything else or to maybe establish a collaboration. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Alan, for your presentation. And we still have some time for questions if someone have questions here on the Zoom call or in the YouTube transmission. Thank you so much, Dr. Alan. I wanted to know how did you determine the applicability domain of your models, the last one you presented?
Yes, we do that by quantitatively by the LIVE-Dec approach, and we also do this post screening clustering of the hits and see how close they are to the active compounds in the data set. We do
okay,
both.
thank you.
No, thanks to you.
Dr. Jose Luis, go ahead.
No, thank you, Alan. Great talk. Thank you so much for your contributions. So, in general, what's your perspective of the status of chemoinformatics in Latin America? I mean, you're an expert in Latin America, in Argentina. What's your point of view? What's kind of the future directions?
Okay. Well, as we work, I think that we have very valuable human resources here. Which is, in my team, for example, we have a problem retaining them because they are usually go to high-income countries after making their PhD or postdoc here. So this is my most common thinking about how chemoinformatics will develop and establish in Latin America has to do with the fact that how can we retain valuable human resources in our region, and not only because because one option is okay, they go to other countries to perform chemoinformatics, which is very good, but what I'm perceiving here is that sectors that are not related to chemoinformatics usually are currently taking our human resources, our well-capacitated human resources. For example, the banks here in Argentina, the banks go approach data scientists of any discipline and offer very good salaries, and at least in our region, in the academy, we cannot compete with that, and that's very sad because very, very promising young people are taken out of the scientific system to other, which is good for in some regard, but it's not good for us to kind of achieve a sustained development of the field.
Right. Thank you so much. And a kind of brief follow-up questions regarding the education, at the, let's say, on the bachelor's level. What's your point of view, like having like formal training, formal courses of chemoinformatics, machine learning for young students?
I think that's kind of mandatory these days. I totally share that idea that I think Professor Troxa said that those chemists that do not get formation on machine learning and computational approaches will probably not have a good job perspective right now, because what used to be something for a small group of people now has spread to routinary practice in every aspect of science, I think, and chemistry in our case. So I think it's mandatory. At least in our university, we offer, there are some offer of courses of elective courses that students can take to have at least an initial glance of it. And we also, in some of the mandatory courses, we provide introductions to these topics.
Thank you very much again.
No, thanks to you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here.
Gracias, Alan.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Alan and Dr. Jose. Well, now I want to introduce you also Dr. William Zamora from the University of Costa Rica. Doctor.
Hello, Juan Felipe. Can you listen?
Yes, a bit low,
Okay.
but
Right now, is okay?
yeah, but it's better. Thank you.
Can I speak up? Okay, thanks. So, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Nice. Well, thanks to you. Thanks, thanks Juan Felipe. Thanks to Jose Luis and Karina and all people listen this talk. I want to say thanks for the invitation. It's my first time in this school, and I am very excited about it. So I would like to share with you one topic about my research that is related with the critical assessment of pH-dependent lipophilicity profiles of small molecules, and which one should we use and in which case. So first of all, I love my country, so I want to use this opportunity to encourage you to visit Costa Rica. We are a small country, but it's a very beautiful country. We have a nice city. We have nice volcanoes, nice beaches. So we make science, but it's a very nice place to be and to visit. So I finished my PhD in 2019. So I tried to form a group based on chemoinformatics and computational biology in Costa Rica in 2020. So the group has grown, as you can see, and we have many young people working with us and try to make good science. The outline from today will be a small introduction, some theoretical formalism of lipophilicity, the assessment of the pH-dependent lipophilicity profiles, application of the pH-dependent lipophilicity profiles, and some conclusions and challenge. So, you can see that in this slide, lipophilicity is a concept widely spread in science, and words related with this topic continues to increase. So it's a topic, an ancient topic, but nowadays many papers are related with topics using lipophilicity for many applications. So what is lipophilicity? It's a very simple model or very simple descriptor. As you can see in this picture, a molecule can have a partition between two immiscible solvents like octanol and water, for instance, but also the molecule can be or can prefer the aqueous phase or, well, the organic phase. If the organic phase is preferred, the log P will be positive. In another case, the log P will be negative. So we can express that like the ratio of the concentration between octanol and water using the famous log P. However, it's important to mention that most of the drug compounds are or have ionizable groups. So in drugs, we have around 75% of basic compounds and 20% of acidic compounds. In the case of the amino acid, it's different because we have 65% of non-ionizable compounds, residues, and just 20% of acid ones and 50% of basic ones. But what happens when we have a protein, for instance, we have at least one charged residues. It's very probably that we have that. So we can say that this percentage maybe is around 100% of peptides with ionizable residues. Some similar is for small molecules. So we need another descriptor called, it's very similar, but we need the descriptor that is called distribution coefficient. The only difference is that this kind of descriptor take into account the partition of neutral compounds, but also the ionic form of this compound. This is a simple case from a neutral and ionic compounds, but we can have sweet ions and other species. I just want to mention the most simple case here. But what is important of lipophilicity, or what is an ancient descriptor, but nowadays is continue using that? It's because we can use like a model for instance, for try to understand the absorption of some contaminants or some pollutants in some graphene oxide, for instance, on some materials. Also to know the partition of some contaminants in milk. Also in computational biology, there are around 100 or more lipophilicity scales of amino acid that is related with machine learning models to try to understand binding for docking or for scoring docking function, for instance. And this is the gold descriptor in drug development. It's used for try to understand solubility, biodisponibility, bioavailability, and many descriptors related with that. So in drug development, today I prefer to talk just for small molecules for the time, but the lipophilicity is also used in peptides and in therapeutic proteins. In the case of small molecules, how many of you know the log P is a central point in the rule of 5, for instance? It's a good descriptor for try to filter drugs with good bioavailability properties. For instance, it's used for to see a good in vivo clearance for drugs, and we can establish a range for this for drugs or for candidates in order to have these properties, or try to meet these properties. For solubility, we also have a range, or at least try to develop new compounds with this kind of log P's, because it's related with solubility. And in fact, the equation to compute the solubility is related with log P, in fact, in this case. Also for acceptable permeability, we also can use this range. Look at that, is 1 and 30.5. And that is a very hot topic, but and some sensible descriptor, but the lipid can be used for prioritize or try to know to not make a very obesity molecular obesity, to avoid the obesity molecular, because most drugs try to be very hydrophobic in order to make good or to have good values in docking scores or in vitro values. However, this is a kind of metric, some controversial. I hate to say that some friends of mine don't like to use this kind of metric, but I think it's not a bad idea for try to avoid very hydrophobic rocks. So how can we measure that in a laboratory? I have the opportunity during my PhD in Barcelona, work with some people, experimental people, and I work with check flash and pH metric measurements, and they're very nice to measure, to see that we make in a computer. However, it takes a lot of time. It's time consuming. We need a lot of quantities of some solvents too. And yeah, we have to measure maybe 2 compounds by a day in a simple equipment for make these experiment calculations. But this is the way. In the computational part, we have many tools. We can use data exploration model like machine learning models, or we can use the theoretical part using classical molecular mechanics model, or well, using quantum mechanics model. If we can compute solvations for a substance in water or in an organic solvent, we can compute the log P, for instance. But what is important for people working in computational chemists or machine learning, etc., we need to know if our models are good or not that good. Many people say we just create a lot of local models, but maybe the models can be useful for our problems. So there are many different blind challenges. For instance, the critical assessment for computers of heat finding experiment, the cache challenge that are related with ligands, the sample challenge that are related with the statistical assessment of modeling of proteins and ligands, more related with physicochemical properties, and also for protein docking too. And the last one that is very famous, because this is the good point for AlphaFold, because in the CAS14 they obtain a very good results. The critical assessment of protein structure prediction. The common aim of this kind of challenge are try to see how the computational methodologies works. So I found that very valuable for our community. In this case, for instance, we have worked with that, especially in lipophilicity. From when I did my postdoc in Barcelona, we worked with a quantum mechanics solvation model in the group of Javier Luque, and we were in the top 10 using this quantum mechanics model in order to compute the blind lipophilicity of these molecules, because we don't know about the values. Just finished the challenge, and we obtained very good values. I use, for instance, we see that some compounds didn't agree with our values, so I have the opportunity to revalidate and measure this compound experimentally. And in fact, in this challenge, we have the opportunity to change the value for experimental value, because we replicate the value and we see that there was a difference between the reported by the organizers, for the organizers, and our value. This is because the molecule was the most hydrophobic, and we have problems in solubility. This is the important part, not just work in computational. It's important to work also in experimental, because we can see and we can try to decipher when your model is not working, for instance. Also, now in Costa Rica, we published that in a paper together with Jose Luis and another college for Latin America. We participated in another sample 7, for log P computations too. And we obtained very good results again with our quantum mechanics model in collaboration with Barcelona. The second one using quantum mechanics, and the rank 8, in the global challenge, but also using simple machine learning models. We are very close to the experimental error using simple multiple linear regression, for instance, for this kind of compounds, antimicrobial compounds. Then we are also interested in not just lipophilicity in octanol, that is the very common solvent, We are also interested in another solvents in this part. We were in the experimental part with Clara and Rebecca from Preayo, and we try to create a small database because we need many time for measure this experimentally. And we are very interested in the intramolecular hydrogen bonds descriptors for chameleonic properties of molecules. And we create the first toluene water partition coefficient database that we are creating for this kind of descriptor in these molecules, try to decipher if a molecule can have chameleonic properties or not. With that, with the help from David Moley for the University of California, we're planning as a blind challenge using the toluene water partition coefficient. And we put these 16 molecules in the blind challenge and put this molecule for the community, try to decipher what are the values, and we obtain again a good participation from different people around the world. And again, we obtain very good results with our QM-based model, and also we obtain very close results to the experimental error with using machine learning models. And we obtain another very good models using quantum chemistry, the Cosmo. There is a very good model from Germany researchers, for instance. And it was a very nice sample challenge. And now we are planning the sample 10, and we have measured the experimental part of that. Again, now we try to participate with another challenge that is the log-D. Remember that the log-D takes into account the partition of ionic compounds. And again, we obtain very good performance in this kind of challenge. The key point here, because you didn't see here machine learning models, the reason is because the challenge need the pKa for compute the log-D. We need the pKa and the partition of the neutral compounds. So any participant compute the pKa in this case. So you can see only molecular mechanics and quantum mechanics participants in this case. And we compute with our model the pKa on ortho the log-P, and we obtain again the results close to the experimental error in the sample 7. What happened in sample 5, sorry, is very interesting because the sample is not about, again, octanol or nor toluene. This was with cyclohexane. And this is very interesting because there were very bad results. 100% of error with this kind of solvent. We think what happened, 2 main points. The first point is because most of people use this equation. In fact, all people use this equation for compute the log-D because the organizer give the pKa for this challenge. And the people compute the log-P. And with this equation, they compute the log-D in cyclohexane, and there were, again, very bad results. I think it's very bad in comparison with octanol and toluene. And another thing is the ionic partition is not taken into account here, so we obtain very bad values. We didn't participate in this because I am doing a PhD, so this is before from the another samples. So checking these results motivate us to come back to the basics, to come back to the basic science, try to see what are the theoretical formalities for compute or for calculate lipophilicity. The most common formalins is that I showed in the last slide for the sample 5 that is related with this equation. What happened? We have the log-P, and we make some arrange due to the pH and the pKa. The interesting thing is the experimental behavior is with this kind of, we have a upper threshold and a lower threshold. And also it depends on the background sound. The key point here is we need to take into account the partition coefficient of the organic compound. When we simulate that, we obtain a very similar curve from the experimental one. Some people, or some theoretical people, don't think that the ion can partition alone. He needs a counter ion, obviously. And the most accepted theoretical point is the ion partition theory. So if we use this kind of equation, we can obtain a similar curve with an upper threshold and lower threshold. So you can see, you can obtain very similar properties. One thing that I was thinking about it is because I read about a ET's theory that is related with the galvanic potential that is very used in electrochemistry fields, in research. And I try to apply this theory in lipophilicity equation. And the good thing is because we can develop a equation about that. I developed that in 2017, and we can approximate the galvanic potential to the main two ionic species in the equilibrium in order to solve this galvanic potential, and we can implement this kind of equation in a lipophilicity equation, and we test that again during my PhD in 2017, and we check the different equations for these lipophilicity profiles using these drugs, small sets, and we observe that the results are very similar. In fact, using the most simple equation. Maybe it's not necessary to try to compute or try to decipher what is the galvanic potential or the ionic partition. But again, for this small set, this question, I come with this try to idea to Costa Rica, and we work in try to create a very curated database, and we collect a lot of data related with experimental values for log P, for partition of ionic compound, for pKa, for log D, and the pH, and we can obtain this quantity or entries. For machine learning models, I know there is no big data, but there are very quality data because we measure some of that, and we use the measure reported by very good groups around the world. But in fact, we need more data. This is one limitation about that. But well, with this idea, we compute some typical descriptors in this kind of data, and we perform the computation using the log P and the pKa and the pH using the equation 1, the equation 1 and 2, and obtaining the difference between the experimental and the simulation with this equation, and we obtain a difference if in order to see if equation 1 or equation 2 works better in this kind of studies. So with that, we test again the entries, and we obtain that with the equation 1, and we can see that we have some more layers. However, when we use the equation 2, we have almost a perfect regression with that, using again some experimental values. So the equation 2, it will be better than the equation 1 for some cases, especially in pH longer to the physiological pH. In order to that, we look at the improvement in the error, the root mean square error, and we obtain very high decrease in the error. We obtain around the 40% for acid compounds, 66% for basic compounds, and around the 60% for alkyl compounds. So we try to decipher the question based on just in the molecular structure, which molecule require which formulas, because the equation 1 is very simple. Maybe we don't need the equation 2 in some cases. In order to that, we separate the acid, the bases, and we train the models with a little data sets, I know, but this is all data that we have. And we using the descriptor for the RCDK package from R. We use some JC descriptor from AstraZeneca for subvection energies. And we also use some in-house molecular keys that are related with conjugate systems. In fact, we are applying more for organic solar cells, but we implement this descriptor in this kind of problem. And we obtain around 40 this kind of descriptors, and we remove the intercorrelated descriptors, and we use the t-test, the Welch test for feature selection in order to see the difference between populations, for one population for equation 1, another population for equation 2, and we obtain 20 descriptors for the final model, machine learning model, and we we can see that the most important descriptor was that depends on the experimental parameters like pH and pKa, but also we can see that the more hydrophilic molecules tend to fit better with equation 2. Also, basic molecules with high molecular of electronegative heteroatoms may fit better with equation 2, again, that taking into account the partition of ionic parts. And compact or small molecules tend to fit better again with the equation 2, that taking into account, again, the partition of ionic compounds. With that, we test many classification models like regression, linear, logistic regression, random forest, supporting vector machines, just classical machine learning models, and we obtain very good metrics for specificity, accuracy, sensitivity for the test and the external set that we measure in collaboration with some colleagues in Barcelona. So also we try to apply this kind of model in some applications. For instance, again, try to check all the data reported in the Journal of Molecular Medicinal Chemistry and something like that in order to obtain lipid experimental data. The key point here is that, how you can see, if we use the equation 2, we have a better results, a lower error in this case. In this case, for lipid, the difference is very small. It's not a higher difference. But the key point here is because the log P and the pKa for these compounds were computed. We can have some computational tools because we don't have the experimental for that, because the papers in the literature are more focused in QSAR or in biological activity, not in measure the lipophilicity. The people in this paper just measure the computational part. So we don't observe a very high proof try to using the equation 2 for that. However, if we move to another organic phases, for instance, for a polymer for trapped contaminants for water, this kind of polymer, we can obtain this kind of relationship using the predict log D, but not in autanol, but using this kind of polymer and water. But if we use the equation 2, now we obtain a improve of 100% in the error. So the equation 2 performs better in this case. And the partition of ionic species may also be significant in another system more than or beyond the octanol. This is important results. And again, we try to observe the log D to 7.8 of pH for some pollutants in milk. And again, we just make a correlation because it's the predict log D against the experimental log D we could occur and weigh in milk. We don't have the experimental log D. It's a real log D in milk. A better correlation is obtaining when we use the equation 2 again. So with that, we were very happy because it was a 100% Latin American work, and we obtained the cover in the ChemPhysChem paper, and they make some cover profile about the researchers in Costa Rica, Esteban and Sebastian, that are students from my group. And I also want to share with you this video about the topic. On to the next slide. Sorry, again. Okay. Well, just to finish the conclusions and challenge, I think the lipophilicity can be used in many topics in science, materials, in biomolecular simulation, for scoring function, for docking programs, in basic research for drug discovery. One of the main challenges is try to obtain more ionic partition data, not just in octanol, also in different solvents like toluene, like sequencing, because the chemical space of the neutral partition data or the quantity of this kind of data is much higher than the partition of ionic. We need experimental values. We need to try to incentivize to the experimental community to measure this kind of values because are very relevant for try to simulate or try to use this kind of descriptor as input in machine learning model, for instance. I also want to acknowledge of people in my group, especially to Esteban, because this is part of his master's degree. Also, I want to make a tribute for a friend of mine that passed away this week. He was a very important person in my research. He opened the door for me to make the PhD in Barcelona, so I would like to dedicate this talk to Jaume. Thank you very much for listening to me, and pura vida, how we say in Costa Rica.
Thank you so much, Dr. William, for your nice talk. I think we still have some minutes for questions and for a discussion, for a small talk with the doctor. Okay, Dr. Jose Luis, go ahead.
Thank you, William. Wonderful work that you and your group have been doing on this topic. An excellent lecture. So my question is, in your experience, what is the feasibility to include this type of estimations for large and ultra-large libraries to do it in a high throughput fashion, like for drug discovery pipelines?
Yeah, Jose. In fact, this is a very good question. Yeah, I think this is very nice because we can. In fact, we now have many kind of models, but just for log P, for neutral log P. The key point here, we are working right now in try to make synthetic data for the ionic partition in order to have a tool for computing this part. ChemApson or another tools like ACD Labs can give to you log D values in I think in a good performance. But for new entities, for no molecules, I think we need to explore to obtain more partitions for the ionic part. That this is very important for acidic pH, for basic pH. I think this is the key point. But yes, we need to train the model for the ionic partition, and we are working right now in a machine learning model for implement this kind of results.
Thank you, William.
You're welcome, Jose Luis. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you, both of you. Dr. William, I wanted to ask you. I of course I noticed that it's not trivial to develop those kind of models for predicting macromolecular, let's say, macroscopic properties. But what do you think will be needed, or the perspectives for developing other kind of macroscopic properties, such as, for example, volatility of compounds?
Yeah, in fact, it's very feasible. The key point is to have good data. We need good data. With good data, we can make good predictions. This is the important thing. In fact, we have applied this kind of values for not just for small molecules. We have worked with proteins, with amino acids. In fact, some of these computations have been implemented in the CAMSOL, that is a software for the Cambridge University to compute the solubility for proteins in a pH-dependent manner. Also in AggregateScan for determining the aggregation of proteins. And they have implemented the question 2 in his calculations. I have collaborated with them in order to implement this kind of theoretical descriptor for the models that they work. But we have many opportunities. The key point is to have, again, good data for create the models.
Thank you. Thank you for your answer. It just came to me another question, and is you explained us some classical models of machine learning. Do you think using, for example, neural networks with not necessarily explainable parameters, will we have better performance of these models to predict?
Yeah, we have compared some models, and well, is our view or results. We have obtained very good results with simple models. For instance, with multiple linear regression, just with that, we have very good results just using that. We have performed also neural networks, something like that, but the complexity, I think, is not necessary in some cases. I prefer also try to test the classical models and then try to use the another ones. A good thing is try to use explainable machine learning. This is a good point. The good point here is try to see more related with bioactivity data. I think this is a very good point for predict that. It's more useful that predict property made with some property prediction. In our cases, when we use small databases, the classical models perform in a very good way, and they are very fast. So I try to compare always, but with deep learning, for instance, for log-P, we have compared the deep learning for ChemProp, for instance, or model about using deep learning, and the results are very similar with some classical models, for instance, but in properties. Yeah.
Thank you so much for your presentation, for your answers. And we are going to present Dr. Adriano Andricopulo. Sorry if my pronunciation is not very good. From the Universidade de Sao Paulo. Great, Doctor. We're seeing your presentation. So go ahead. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, very good. So it's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, Jose, Karina, Juan, for this very kind invitation. And today, I'd like to take this opportunity to present the work we are carrying out at this recently launched Special Center for Research and Innovation in Drug Discovery Sciences here in São Paulo, Brazil. It's called CEPIMED. This center is an interdisciplinary initiative aimed at advancing drug discovery sciences through the integration of different approaches, connecting medicinal chemistry, organic synthesis, pharmacokinetics, pharmacology, artificial intelligence, and all these experimental tools and computational methods. So I'm pleased here to share that Professor José Medina, as you remember, José, you will be a member of this team as an international collaborator and also authority in this center. So I'm going to show the official letter to you in the next weeks. And And I would like to extend this invitation to everyone else interested in collaboration with us here in Brazil through this project, through this initiative. So we are open to partnerships that can push boundaries of research and innovation in drug discovery in Brazil. So, Jose, we are going to have new opportunities for doing research in collaboration, and also opportunities for international student exchange for research internship. So this is a very nice news here from Brazil, and this opportunity to collaborate with colleagues and promote the collaboration with students in Latin America. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about drug discovery or novel and repurposed drugs using medicinal chemistry and drug discovery approaches. I'm going to focus on the process of hit discovery, hit to lead, and lead optimization, which are very important stages, initial stages of drug discovery. So I'm going to explore the integration of experimental with computational tools, and I will use some examples of the application of this approach. So today we're going to focus on in this discussion on small molecule drugs. Here I'm talking about organic compounds with a molecular weight of less than 900 Daltons. So these molecules, these small molecules, of course, have a specific and known chemical structure. This chemical structure has a number of different molecular properties, which are extremely important for a drug candidate to exhibit good pharmacokinetics, metabolism, and of course, a 3D conformation to be able to interact with the appropriate target protein, for example, to exert its pharmacological and therapeutical effects. So this figure shows the drugs approved by FDA since 1994, as we can see here, until 2023. These are the most recent numbers from December of last year. So we see here in yellow and light blue the small molecules which reached the market in this period, and in red we have the biologics. So we can see here the majority of small molecules during all this time, and the presence of new biological medicine. So there are two fundamental questions in drug discovery. The first is the targeted identification. Here I'm referring to small to proteins that can give us new opportunities for research and the discovery of new drugs. And the second question is the identification of small molecules that can interact in a specific cavity of these proteins and give us new opportunities for the development of a new drug candidate. So it's a very complex process, starting from target identification, a number of different compound screenings, and the process of hit identification, hit to lead optimization, structure-active relationships, and other studies involving mechanism of action, characterization, and validation of biological and pharmacokinetic properties. So a drug must have all these properties in a good and balanced combination. We are talking here about pharmacodynamics, potency, affinity, selectivity, and the pharmacokinetics is represented here by absorption, distribution, metabolism, excretion. And also we need to consider the toxicity of the compounds, because a final drug is a combination of these properties, having a very good efficacy and safety. So this gives us very good opportunity for interdisciplinary research, and also for the integration of computational and experimental methods. So we have to have here, of course, to be successful, a team of scientists working on all these areas in collaboration, in close collaboration. This is very important in medicinal chemistry and drug discovery. So we can apply structure-based drug design methods when we have a structure of a molecular target which has a small binding cavet, so we can study the interaction of the compounds with this cavet, and also we can apply ligand-based drug design strategies when there are known biological active ligands for a specific biological activity, so we can work with this structure, and also we can study the drug receptor interactions when we have the combination of the information about the molecular target and bioactive ligands. This is a book chapter that I wrote with my colleague Leonard for the Burgers Medicinal Chemistry and Drug Discovery and Development, in its last edition, by an invitation of my dear friend Donald Abraham, who sadly passed away 3 years ago. So this was a very nice opportunity to write a chapter starting with the molecular pathology, the process of target identification and validation, going through the methods of application of target-based drug design, ligand-based drug design, all this in silico studies, and its integration with the fundamental process of experimental validation and all the rounds of synthesis, evaluation of these properties, and the final process of lead optimization. So I have some vouchers of this chapter to send to you, so you can send me an email if you would like to see a copy of this chapter, or just a message through my Instagram directly, and I will be very happy to send you a copy of this chapter. This is the process of drug discovery and development for novel drugs. So, as I told you, start with the target selection, biological screenings. This is very important, the identification of bioactive compounds and its optimization to several rounds of synthesis and biological, biochemical, and pharmacokinetic evaluation, and also the process of evaluation of efficacy and safety in vivo. And here the process of synthetic scale, which is very important for the next phase of development. So if your candidate is approved by the regulatory agency, you can start the process of clinical development, which involves the phases 1 for drug safety and dose ranging in healthy volunteers, and phase 2 and 3 for testing on drug safety and efficacy. And after the approval, you have to conduct more research to collect data about this new treatment and its impact on the disease. So this is the process for new novel drugs. We have a short version of this process when we are talking about repurposing of drugs, which is the identification of new therapeutic indications for known drugs, for approved drugs, and also for clinical candidates in advanced phases, such as phases 2 and 3. So the discovery process is short. It involves the identification of candidates and in vivo tests in animals and animal models for efficacy and safety, and then we go for the development phase, phases 2 and 3, until the approval of the new indication of this drug or clinical candidate. So we have several examples, very important examples of proposed drugs, such as AZT for HIV/AIDS, sildenafil for erectile dysfunction, and others, as you can see here and then here. We also wrote an article for Drug Discovery Today about drug repositioning approaches, in this case, specifically for parasitic diseases. I can also send you a copy of this paper if you wish. Just send me a message using my email or Instagram. And we are right now working on a new version of this paper, which should be submitted in the next months for the same journal. So this is the MedCan approach that we use in our laboratory here at the University of São Paulo in São Carlos, state of São Paulo. We start with a target and use a number of screenings using natural products, synthetic compounds, and also virtual libraries, which give us the opportunity to identify new hits, which have to be experimentally validated. It's very important. And then we select the most promising molecules for all the work involved in molecular design, structure-active relationship studies, synthesis, and experimental evaluation involving potency, affinity, selectivity, mechanism of action, and also pharmacokinetic, metabolism, toxicity, and mode of action in order to characterize the best lead compounds for NCE discovery. So all these stages are done here in my laboratory or in collaboration with the groups involved in our CPMed project. And these are a number of our recently, in the last, let's say, 5 years of collaboration. So through our projects, international projects and publications, we have collaborations with all these groups here, including Professor José Medina and, of course, the UNAM University here, which is a very, very nice collaboration that we have here in Brazil. So I'm going to the last part of my talk today, show you examples of application of this integration of experimental and computational methods in the area of neglected tropical diseases, which are very, very important problems in Latin America, especially here in Brazil. So today I selected 2 diseases, Chagas disease and leishmaniasis, to give you a very short, brief example of applications of this integration in medicinal chemistry and drug discovery. So, of course, we have to establish clear points related to hit and lead identification. These are the criteria that we have to select and optimize candidates for this 2 diseases. So I can see here the potency and some other properties such as log-D, permeability, metabolic stability, kinetic solubility, and so on. So we use this criteria to work with the new candidates. I would like to mention here our very, very important partnership with the NDI for the last consecutive 11 years, where we have worked we are working actually, but we have until this point to work with 35 hit series that were originated in this collaboration. So it involves all the work of hit assessment, especially for novel chemistry and pharmacology. This is very important to have innovation about the chemistry and of course its pharmacologic application. So 11 hit to lead projects initiate and already stopped. Two of them show in vivo POC, which is, of course, very important. And this is of the nature of this collaboration, which involves the pharmaceutical companies. And we have to, we have to look at the best candidates for clinical development. It's a little bit different of an academic project that can stand for more time when we study in a specific target or a series of molecules. But when we are talking about drug development and pharmaceutical industry, a number of projects are just stopped because the candidates will not go further in the process of development. So right now we have 5 hit-to-lead Chagas projects ongoing. We have synthesized and fully evaluated more than 1,300 compounds, as you can see here. And we have implemented here in my laboratory at the University of São Paulo, the first ADME platform for neglected tropical diseases drug discovery in Latin America. So they give us the very special opportunity to do all this experimental work here in Brazil, here in my laboratory. So we have done a lot of work in these 11 years, but much more needs to be done in order to develop a new clinical candidate. So this is a very nice example of the integration of these areas and the selection of hits and development of lead candidates. This has been published and was the cover, the JSIN, as you can see here, the JSIN. When we started this work, we were looking for inhibitors of a very important enzyme involved with Trypanosoma cruzi, the agent responsible for Chagas disease. So we were looking for inhibitors possessing new chemical diversity for this specific enzyme. These inhibitors should work as reversible and competitive inhibitors of the enzyme, and they needed to have drug-like molecules, absence of stereogenic centers, synthetic accessibility, and good profile for SAR studies. And then we finally got a series of compounds highly potent with high affinity and selectivity, having also in vitro and in vivo activity and low toxicity. So we can see here our initial hit and also our final lead compound, showing all the values for IC50 Ki, IC50 for T cruzi I, and so on. So we started with a virtual screening, used two libraries, one with drug-like properties, the second one with fragment-like properties, almost 4 million compounds, and then we selected like 300 candidates, and then we did the experimental validation of a small set of 40 compounds, and this is the result that we usually get in these cases for a experimental screening, having all these compounds that 100 micromolar concentration. So here we can see very almost inactive compounds, low activity, and also very high activity showed for this compound highlighted in this slide, having a 100% inhibition of the target enzyme. So in this presentation, for example, we have selected this compound for full characterization of the mechanism of action, as you can see here at the center. It's a competitive reversible inhibitor of the enzyme. This compound has a nice 50 of 1 micromolar, Ki of 120 nanomolar, and it has also in vitro activity comparable to the standard drug of benzimidazole. So it was very nice. So we did several rounds of synthesis and biological evaluation. We synthesized about 340 compounds in this series. So this is the last results of our SAR studies. The specific parts of the molecule that we have modified to SAR using structural and ligand-based strategies. We have also this paper published in Frontiers in Pharmacology, where we show the integration of this strategy, the multi-parameter optimization, using pharmacodynamic and also pharmacokinetics at the same time to optimize compounds which have a very nice profile also in vivo. So our more recent work involved a collaboration with Apple, Merck, and Johnson & Johnson. So they send us several libraries of compounds, including the Starter library and the OGHL library from Merck. Very, very nice compounds. We did the full characterization using first phenotypic screening, and then through the selection of the best compounds, both for Leishmaniasis and Chagas disease, for Leishmania infantum and Trypanosoma cruzi. For instance, we select the compounds that show more than 50% inhibition in these two phenotypical assays, and then we did the characterization for solubility, partition coefficient, and all the properties that are shown in this slide. And then we select the most potent compounds for a final round of characterization. So now we have a number near to 50 candidates that will be a very important starting point for this new research center in Brazil, for collaboration with all groups for synthesis of compounds, computational studies, and of course, the full evaluation through pharmacokinetics, metabolism, and toxicity. So I will finish up thanking again the organizers for this opportunity to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adriano, for your presentation.
Okay.
I'm looking for the questions in the chat.
I'll be very happy to answer any questions that you have.
Dr. Luis, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Felipe. Thank you so much, Professor Adriano, for this wonderful lecture. I want to ask you about the heat-to-lead process. In one of your slides, you show us a compound, the initial molecule, and also the optimized molecule. I want to ask you, how do you decide what kind of modifications you need to do in order to improve the...
Oh, thank you, Luis. It's a very, very nice question, because we work with several different classes of compounds. So sometimes we have a number of hits, a number of hit to lead, and then this process optimization. So the answer is we have to have collaboration with a good group of synthetic organic chemists that in collaboration with medicinal chemists and computational chemists, they can discuss first the possibilities to modify the molecule, which is really feasible in order to synthesize different analogs of these compounds. Is very important. So we look for simple compounds, having no stereogenic centers, for example, or have a minimum of 1 or 2 maximum, because we need to have analogs of these compounds, and the process of synthesis is sometimes hard and when you have complex structures. So, and also collaboration with people that can predict the properties for these new molecules, which are not yet synthesized. So we can see the log P and other properties which are important to generate new analogs. So, Luis, it involves a number of meetings with the right people. So you connect the ideas and try at the end of this process, based in this best information, to decide and which compounds we are going to invest our time, our efforts to generate very nice information for the next rounds of compound optimization.
Yeah, thank you so much. Again, at least in my opinion, it was a wonderful lecture. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Luis, for your question, and Dr. Adriano. I was just up to ask about the collaboration and the collaboration in your work in general. Dr. Carlos,
And,
nice to see you virtually.
And Juan, just a second, please. And I would like to emphasize here that we are open for collaborations. We already have a very nice collaboration with Professor José Medina, but through this new center in Brazil, which was very recently launched here at the University of São Paulo, we have a number of new opportunities for collaboration with researchers, especially here in Latin America, and also the possibility to involve students for exchanges, internships. So if you are interested, I can send you more information. You can get my contacts with Professor Medina. And I'd just like to say that we are open and we'll be very happy to collaborate.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Doctor. Then Dr. Carlos, go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much. Professor Adriano, bom dia.
Bom dia,
Just,
bom dia.
this is Carlos. Just a related question about collaboration. With the advancement of global warming, more and more North American institutions are looking to invest in diseases that would normally not be observed in the Northern Hemisphere. And some of the diseases that you just described, not the only ones, but are starting to appear slowly and gradually. So consequently, administrations are looking forward to invest in research that would provide some solutions to this healthcare crisis. And in that regard, your initiative by the University of Sao Paulo is really good. However, I have 2 questions for you. The first one is in terms of patent applications and intellectual property. I would like to know if within this initiative, your institution has established some type of intellectual property agreements. That's the first question. And the second question is in terms of grant applications. You know, doing research is very expensive and is getting more and more expensive. So when competing for grant applications and attracting money for anywhere, you know, in North America, Brazil, Europe, anywhere, if this policy would include agreements that would facilitate money transfer from one country to the other. So those are my two questions for you. Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much, Carlos. Very, very important questions. The first one about intellectual property. We have, of course, here at the University of São Paulo, all the tools, the offices that are involved in this kind of agreements, either internal here when we work with colleagues from the University of São Paulo, with collaborations with other institutions of São Paulo State, of other regions of Brazil, and of course with our collaborators from the United States, Europe. So we have here at the University of São Paulo a special offices that help us with this kind of agreements and the protection of the research and the innovation in this case. So this is very well established here in our universe. And the second question, which is very important also. So we have here in São Paulo State, FAPESP, which is our granting agency, very well known globally. So we are able to have very good money for doing research here in Brazil, in our group, in this new center. And we have also established collaborations using some bilateral opportunities, for example, with FAPESP and agents from Germany, that we are going to apply a big project, which is this bilateral using here FAPESP and in German the FJ. And I also wrote last week a letter for a colleague from the United States for an application to NIH for granting. So we have all these possibilities and opportunities for collaborating and granting opportunities in other countries. And also there are many opportunities involving FAPESP and these international agreements that they have with many different places. I have in the past with the United States, with Scotland, and now with German. And we need to be open and to look for these opportunities, because they are very nice. They involve a lot of money and opportunities for getting money from here, Brazil, and other countries. So they have some special agreements. Sometimes the money that we get in here, Brazil, we use here, and the other part use in its region. But it's also possible to have sending money. That there are some different options that I'm not right to tell you right now, but we have a number of opportunities. And the most important thing is our university of São Paulo, and also our agents, FAPESP, they are very interested in international collaboration to move these projects forward, to create a scenario favorable for innovation, and all that, and all these things that are very important in drug discovery. And you mentioned the case of neglect tropical diseases. So especially during the process of preclinical drug discovery, the academic institutions must be involved and try to optimize lead compounds to attract the interest of the pharmaceutical companies and agencies such as the NDA, which I use as an example, or the World Health Organization, to identify partners for the process of clinical development, because we are not able to do this alone here at an academic, at the university. So we need collaboration with pharmaceutical companies, and of course the fundings that are involved in clinical development are very high, and all these things that need to be discussed in terms of each one of these different projects.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the question and for your answer, Dr. Adriano. I think it's very important that the discussion have come to this part of the area, to this field, because as many of the opponents have highlighted, the pronunciation here in Latin America is, and the collaboration, of course, is really needed.
Exactly. Yes.
I think there are not any other questions in the chat. I would like to introduce again Dr. Jose Luis and Dr. Karina.
Thank you, Professor Adriano. Thanks much for the very, very nice lecture. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose.
Yeah. Hi, Adriano. Thanks for the very nice talk and comments. So I'm just gonna share my screen for a second. If you can close yours for a moment. Adriano, could you just close your screen for a second?
Oh, sorry. It's still
No
open.
worries.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you. All right. So on behalf of all the organizers of this event, I want to thank you all for your kind participation. It's been really a pleasure to be involved with all of you. And I think the goals of this event were like fulfilled completely and exceeded. So thank you very much. And also to all the speakers that presented during this 3 days event, and also for the people that was presented in the flash talks. So just a brief reminder for you that, especially for the students, to check out the milestones in Chemoinformatics, a special collection that we are putting together. It's going to be a very nice collection where you can learn a lot of the methodologies and viewpoints that the people has been developed throughout the years. So I think it's a very good place for getting involved to the basics of Chemoinformatics. And also we have the awardees of the flash talks. So we were discussing on who will be the winners. And well, it was hard because there were very nice talks. So at the end, we have like 3 winners. The first one is Haruna Bosarada with the first place, and this is sponsored by the Journal of Chemoinformatics, and she will be rewarded with $300. In the second place, we have Rodrigo Barriga. He also presented a very nice talk, and he will be awarded $200. And the third person will be Camila Garibay, and she will be rewarded with $100. So thank you all the people that presented, and particularly thank you to the people that were asking questions and putting comments on the chat and YouTube. We read all of them, and it was very nice to have that kind of interaction as well. So also I want to mention that you can see the previous School of Chemoinformatics, the first one. And so especially for the students, so you can see what was discussed in the previous school, and you can see the videos on the YouTube channel, and also you can go through the comments and a summary of that event in this meeting report. So it is meant for having a collection of ideas that were discussed on that event. So I think it's a very good part to read. And finally, just to say that we will have like a third School of Chemoinformatics somewhere in Latin America. We don't still know exactly where, but it's going to be held in 2026. So keep in touch, and so we will see you in 2 years' time. So thank you all for joining and for your attention. See you around.
Thank you very much, everyone. See you in 2 years. Thank you all.
See you soon.
Gracias.
Thank you. Gracias.